over the coming year. So we do have a flag. I didn't see the flag. So let's begin with the flag. I'll ask our counselor to lead us in the pledge.
Special.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I saw that Marine Corps signature on his neck.
Perfect, man.
I couldn't resist that. Now, it's good to be together, even though it is a Saturday, and even though those of us who work only really have 2 days of the week that we can get everything else done that we need to get done. It's important to stop and talk about things that in depth that we haven't talked about over the course of our council meetings, and kind of explore some of the things that are important to our town and to our citizens. I want to welcome those who are observing today. We do have a full agenda, so I'm not going to be taking any comments from the community, but I appreciate you here, and I appreciate any input you might have in the future on what we discuss. And we do have a lot to discuss. There's time at the end of the day for just general discussion. If your topic doesn't come up during the regularly scheduled agenda, then we'll have time to talk about that after lunch. So we have a lot of neat things to talk about, and we'll begin by one of the things that I think is probably most pressing on our town, and we've got some very favorable press with that last weekend, and that is our campaign finance ordinance. Again, Taneytown takes the lead in many areas and has throughout the time that I know that I've been involved with council before. It's been kind of leaders among municipalities, so this is another example of how we can lead. So let's begin with the discussion on the campaign finance ordinance.
Okay, Mayor, I'll take it from there. I have a presentation, it's real small, and it has some information on it. You all have had the ordinance that was emailed to you and put in your packages. You have several copies of it, and there's been no changes to what you've been dealing with, and that's what we're going to talk about a little right now. So it's pending ordinance 20-2016, and I'm not going to go into a tremendous background, but you obviously understand there's two purposes there. The purpose is to cause reporting of campaign contributions and spending, and also to regulate the amount of contributions that you can bring in. We had discussed this item several months, and there are 4 issues that were raised during the council meetings that we discussed that we said we needed to talk about. One is the self-funding threshold exemption. We're all familiar. What I mean by that is, what's the dollar figure where you would be able to file a form and not have to fill out the normal requirements. The second is the spousal contribution, and as we talked about, they're interrelated. The third is the body designated to oversee this. Ethics board, election board, some other board, but that was the third issue. And then the fourth issue was the timing of the filings, meaning the amount of them when they were filed, those types of things. No other issues or questions were raised or forwarded to me, so I went with those 4, and the presentation is related to kind of hashing out those 4 issues. So, let's start all on the same page. I'm going to recap only the important points. Obviously, there's lots of other little points here, but the important point is this. If a person raises money or spends money, reporting is required. Unless it's self-funded money and they spend less than X amount. Okay? So, that's the operation of that is, if I'm running for office here and I want to spend my own amount of money, I can spend as much money of my own without reporting anything, okay? But I can only spend the number, whatever number you come up with. If I spend more than that number, I have to have reporting. Okay, so that's really what the self-funding requirement is. The second one is that no person can give $500, more than $500 to a candidate. So when you get a donation, it can't be for more than $500. There's other little requirements. You can't take cash, you can't take anonymous, but $500 is all. And no person can give more than $1,500 cumulative in an election. So if I wanted to give max $500, I can only give max $500 to 3 candidates.
So in kind is like printing brochures or putting up a billboard.
Right, here are the signs, instead of the money for the signs. Here are, that type of thing, right? Okay, the spouse is exempt from those limits, meaning the spouse can give more than $500, and obviously you can only give it to your spouse, so these aren't exempt to give to other people. But the spouse can give to more than 500, the spouse can give more than 1,500, there's no limits on that. And the last is all funds must be placed in a campaign account except for self-funded candidates. And the reason I have no limit there is, remember, you can be a self-funded candidate that's exempt from reporting if you spend less than that amount. But you can be a self-funded candidate and spend as much as you want. You still have to report, but you never have to put your money in a separate account under the current rule. So those are the basics that are in play. And then I broke it out for us that we can kind of throw it up there. The first issue we should tackle is the exemption threshold. There's the quote out of the current ordinance in front of you. I've highlighted the issue. And I put some bullet points to kind of guide the discussion. What is the number to be? 350 is written in there. We've had 1,000, we've had 500, we need a number. That's the first thing. And then corollary to that is, does the money need to pass through a campaign account? The issue which you see the star is no. What happens if I decide I'm going to run for office and I'm going to spend $10,000 to do it? I'd have to fill out the forms because it's more than 350, so you have to see all my expenditures. There wouldn't be any income because I'm funding it all myself, although I wouldn't have to. But my money would be in my own bank account and I would write checks out of that, whereas it would not be in a separate campaign account. So that's that issue. Do you want to go with discuss each issue, or do you want me to run through everything and then, because I only have 3 more slides.
What do you think, Brooke?
I think we ought to go one at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we should do that.
Well, that one's the first one to tackle.
Well, I know I mentioned it at our meeting, I think it was the Monday meeting last month, or this month, that I think everything should go through a campaign account, because that way, it certainly approaches or tackles issues of transparency, right? But by having the account, it doesn't mean that, like Angelo and Don have talked about, the little guy being overburdened with paperwork, right? It wouldn't compel them to necessarily have to fill out all that stuff. So for example, if there was like a question, they could simply retrieve their bank record and your bank account statement and use that as proof of what, they have and what they've spent.
To follow up on that, I agree with that. That's why I proposed a $1,000 limit. I told a story about Jackie Jones's cost for doing one single mailing piece, and that in 1994, the threshold limit for the county was $300. I think your $350 figure is wrong. I had suggested, and I don't know, but we're going to act on these things today?
No.
Okay, it's just discussion. I would encourage everybody, I hope to get 3 votes off of this, to increase that number to $1,000. Unless the unfortunate reporting requirements are lowered from 5 times in the election cycle, it is an onerous burden to have to report for self-funded people or people with a campaign account 5 times to the Ethics Commission during an election cycle. If anybody's ever run for office, they know what that's like. So I would encourage us to raise that to $1,000 to follow up on the little guy running for office. I think people ought to have access to run for office without onerous walls being constructed around candidacies, especially in small town elections.
I think you had a different opinion. What are your thoughts on that, on the idea of zero funding? I kind of was attracted to that.
Well, I think if we want to encourage transparency, the number should be 0. Because then everything that you take in and everything that you spend is going to be reported. And I think the public has a right to know where the money came from and how much money was spent. And at some point, when does it become buying your seat? And I think that's the important thing, especially when we start getting into political committees and different other organizations who really don't have a stake in the city, but they feel the need to contribute anyway. I think everyone needs to report. There's other municipalities in Maryland that do that. They require everything to be reported.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I just took a follow-up on Councilman Wance's thought.
why, can I just address you, would in 1994 there be a $300 waiver on state elections then? Was it a long settled understanding in governments that there can be exemption for small, poor people who run for office? I don't understand
Well, that's
your
a
point.
question.
Why would you move to zero? Why in
That's a question for the-
1994
the
would
thing
there
is,
be a
we're not the state,
$300 waiver
Councilman.
that I signed when I ran for House of Delegates?
It's a different level. Okay, you talk about Jackie spent 1,000. Jackie ran,
Well, I don't know what you spent.
well, I'm
I'm
saying,
just estimating the
One at a
cost.
She
time.
ran-
One at a time.
she ran at the county level, okay? We're talking about running at the city level. We got 2 people here that ran recently and came in under $300, if I'm not mistaken, right? And I came in under $300. I came in under 2. The way I look at it, I would like to see that even the candidate that's self-funded has to sign an affidavit in the beginning that says, I am self-funding. I will not spend more than 300. If I do, then I will report under the rest of the regulation, okay? And then I think they ought to put in a list of their spendings a week before with the last report that has to be done, so that you can verify that they did come in under $350. That's the way I think it.
So having a different filing timeline for self-funding.
Just 2. One when you pick up the papers that say, yes, I'm gonna self-fund, and it'll say right in there that I agree to spend equal to or less than $350 without, and complete just the last report. Or I will then go to self-funding, or to the complete reporting system.
I'd like to get a follow-up, if it's all right, about getting an answer to my question. If in 1994 it was a $300 waiver, and then 94, 2004, 2014, 20 some odd years later, why would we have a number at the same level?
I guess because we're talking about apples and oranges. We're talking about a statewide or countywide election versus a municipal election. And I think that's the key right there. The fact that we're dealing with the municipal election shouldn't be at the level of a county or a statewide election. I ran for county office too back in 2004, and I had to fill out all these reports. I didn't find it overly burdensome. I didn't find it was overly complicated. I just did it because that's what they told me to do. And everything worked out fine.
I just printed
And when
business
the
cards.
election, other
My
than
business
that,
cards were $80 for a single box of business
But
cards.
it's just a different, it's just a different animal. It's apples to oranges.
Well, there's been a lot of cost increases. I think it would be a much lower wall to file for office if we raise the fee to reflect current dollars instead
Okay.
of that.
I agree with Angela. I think that 350 figure is a little low now that things have gone up. I'd like to see it 5.
I agree to that.
So we got 0, 350, 5, and 1,000. Anybody else want to throw it?
No, I'd agree with Diane on
Five?
that.
What else has a comment? Anybody? Or Joe?
I think when we talk about the timeline of reporting, this is gonna be dependent on what the Ethics Commission comes up with for, if they extend
I have
their
a slide
deadline.
on that.
Okay, great.
I can go with 5 if they do the reporting or the signing of the affidavit ahead of time.
Yeah.
And then a week before, so that there's time to publish their numbers in the paper. That, these are not private. These are public documents that can be published and should be published,
Well, I think
because that's the only way people are gonna know.
You know, if you're a candidate, I think you'd want those published. I mean, it would be.
Well, unless you have something you don't want to see.
Well, Commissioner Frazier made the point at the last public board meeting that when people contribute to candidates, an endorsement for a candidate. Just yesterday, the New Jersey governor endorsed Donald Trump, and that's a big deal. You want to go forward with that and let people know. If somebody gives you money, that's an endorsement. You know, where your money is, there your heart is also.
Depends on how you
For
look
the
at it. May
purposes
not
of
be an
this,
endorsement.
excuse me, of this taping, you said Commissioner Frazier.
Yeah, she
We
spoke at
have-
the last meeting.
We have a Commissioner Frazier, so signify who you're talking
Oh,
about.
my wife is right
Okay.
here. My wife, Robin Frazier, said at the last board meeting, you can look at the tape, that it's really is something you want to be known. If people believe in you, they will contribute money to you. That's a good thing.
And that gets into the different realm of, well, you're not self-funded anymore.
Right. If you take a donation,
Any,
you know.
$10.
A
Right,
donation.
you're now subject to everything else on you.
yeah, absolutely.
Which is why I think it's probably a good idea then to have that separate account, the actual, the campaign-specific account. That way, if records have to be drawn on, they're there.
You see, to me, that's putting a burden on the guy.
Well, is that the second tier? And that kind of goes to the spouse,
Yeah.
is that
We're
if you
talking-
say $500, let's just use that as our
Okay.
discussion. I know that that's not set in stone, but if you say $500, I agree I'm gonna spend less than $500 and I'm gonna file my 2 reports and I'm off to the races.
Right.
But self-funding means I could spend as much money as I wanted.
Oh, yeah, as long as you report it.
And so I got a report. Should I then have to follow the other rules and put it into a special
Oh,
campaign?
absolutely.
Okay, so I mean,
Well,
I guess that
once
gets to what
you-
you're talking about.
Once you get outside the limit, then
Yeah, all the
you're
funds.
So the
not.
$500
self-funded.
also is the threshold for whether you need to have a campaign account if you're self-funded.
That's the way I look at it.
Yes,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
the way,
Once-
that's what I'm thinking.
Once you hit that number, then you're not self-funded in any way.
I'd like to ask the county attorney a question. Why do we have a difference between people who self-fund, if we're gonna raise the $500, and people who are not self-funding? I mean, why is there even a provision in this ordinance? I think people lie, politicians lie at election time.
That's
So
true.
I think that essentially, everybody will sign a self-funding waiver in order to avoid the, just like I said.
Well, is he gonna lie? And then when his
Well, then
last,
there's no reporting,
when his
so
last report comes up, he's gonna lie again?
I
And
just
then
don't know why we
and you're
don't
in
require
a small-
everybody to do
You're in
that.
a small city.
Well, then that becomes criminal. and
Well,
then
Yeah, you're in
somebody
a
else
small
has to deal
city,
with that.
okay?
Well,
The word gets out quicker than the telephone or
Just-
the
just
email
for-
works.
note of clarity.
You'll know.
He is the city attorney, not the county attorney.
Thank God.
Oh, what did I
So,
say? Did I say county attorney?
I guess
that-
Excuse me for that.
If,
I'm used to saying that.
if you basically say that people are gonna lie and not follow the law,
Then
we
can't-
can't do anything.
Politicians,
But
I've
the
known
whole-
lie a lot.
The whole effort of
But-
spending is worthless.
But the issue then,
If we
at least-
assume that all people seeking political office are liars, then we don't even need to be talking about
but it's contrary to your last position, and I think everybody's gonna lie.
Then we go to
Not
Then I'm
okay.
gonna say
Then we
that-
get
Well,
to
you
my
say,
point.
Then we go to
what do
his
you mean
zero.
when you say then it's unlimited if you're self-funding? What's unlimited?
it's, if you're self-funding, you can spend as much as you want. Kind of spending
Why
as much.
do we want to do that? I want to know how much money people are spending.
Listen
Okay,
to the
so
You
rest
have
of
to
Well, that's-
report it.
that's my point.
it. Listen to the second
Okay.
half of what he's gonna say.
I'm gonna use you as the example. You're gonna run for office, and you're not gonna take any money from anybody else, right? That's my
Like Donald
scenario.
Trump is doing. That's what
Okay.
he keeps saying.
Now, you're gonna spend money to do it. If you spend your own money less than $500, under Angelo's provision, you're gonna say, I'm only spending my own money, and I'm only spending less than $500, and therefore I'm exempt from this. But if you spend your own money more than $500, you're not exempt. You gotta fill out the forms to show where you spent the money, and you gotta put it in a separate campaign account.
So just a point of clarity, self-funding people over $500 will have to report just like everybody else.
That's what we're discussing, yes, but that's the
That's the way it
current-
currently reads in your view.
No, right
No,
now
it
it says
does not
350.
currently.
Well, that's what it needs to do. I mean, the threshold, in my view, Diane, was that we're going to let people that have low budgets come in and not have to do all this paperwork, so we can have real access to running for public office, because it's a zero filing fee, okay? And we might have a lot of candidates. So I don't think somebody like Donald Trump should be able to come in and spend unlimited amounts of money.
Well, they'll be
Why would
able
you
to
do
spend
that
as
if
much
they
as
just sign a
money
waiver
they
that
want.
say they're self-funding?
But you're mixing the two
No,
issues
you're mixing
together.
them up now.
So
There's two halves. You
So,
gotta listen to both.
we've kind of pushed this issue number one to kind of a consensus of 500 with some reporting requirements that we'll get into. And anything over 500, the campaign account applies.
Yeah.
So that's
And
where
all
we'll
the
leave it with
reporting.
issue
All the
number one. I
Okay.
think we may
As long as you
we may
don't have
adopt
unless
this
you're
change.
self-funding in there.
No.
Well, that's the self-funding piece.
Yeah, as long as you don't have an exemption for self-funders that can go anywhere they want to go. I want to put the $500 limit on all people run for office. That's what I was saying. I think I'm confusing anything. Self-funders and non-self-funders.
Your issue then is if you raise money under $500, you should be exempt too.
Yeah, sure. That's what the $500 is.
No,
the
the $500 is only self-funded.
It's only self-funding.
If I give
Oh.
you a donation of $50, you don't get this exemption because you have to then file to say Jay gave me a donation of $50.
Oh, well, that's not what the state had done in 1994 when I ran for House of Delegates. It was just saying small campaigns do not have to go through the enormous burden of reporting 5 times before the election cycle.
No, I think
So we
it's
begin
only
in a
right
voting
that,
session. This is not a voting session?
Yeah,
We're trying to reach
Okay.
a consensus.
We're
Well, I don't
Transparency.
support that. I could never support that. But
okay. I
Okay,
think,
so I see we kind of got a working model. I know it's on the chalkboard. Let's go, because you may modify some of this as we move through the next slides. The spousal contribution. Okay, any contribution of the candidate, which is self-funded, or the candidate's spouse to the own fund is unlimited. Okay, you have to remember, you're only allowed to give a $500 donation to anyone else. But if a candidate or a candidate's spouse gives it to themselves, it's unlimited, and it doesn't have to pass through a campaign account. Okay, so the bullet points. Right now, it's not subject to the $500 limit if a spouse gives you money. And you can see my subpoint. If you say you want it subject to that, that's going to be awful hard to regulate because we talked about the joint accounts. That's the reason why that is in there, is because a candidate spouse can do that. So I'm not sure that the limit is the focus here. I think it should be the second part, is that if the candidate spends more than, the spouse gives more than $500, does it still count as self-funded?
No, not in my mind.
I just see all kinds of problems with this right here.
mhm.
From the standpoint of, number one, it could be discriminatory. It could be discriminatory against someone who doesn't have a spouse, for example. Or someone who has a common law spouse. How do you regulate that? What are you looking at? How do you come into that? I mean, there's all kinds of issues that pop up and say, well, you're not being fair to me because so-and-so has a spouse and that spouse contributed X number of dollars and they didn't have to report, but my significant other can't contribute.
Right. Well, here, have we effectively dealt with that with our working model in number 1? If you go to the bottom bullet point. If, this isn't about receiving money now, it's about spending money. If a candidate is going to spend more than $500, then they have to go through the reporting requirements, is what we just said, right? And they have to open a campaign account.
Yep.
So if a spouse gives that person $10,000, so what? But if they spend more than $500, they have to do this. So the income side doesn't matter as much as the expenditure side when you're dealing with spousal contributions. So could this be that it is not subject to the limit? That's fine. However, if it's in excess of $500, then it has to be put into a campaign account and reported as normal. Does that solve the spousal problem? Because the spouse is treated as the candidate for all practical
Yes,
purposes.
that does solve the problem.
Because that means I'm spending more than $500 regardless of where the money came from. And if it came from anybody other than your spouse, you have to do it anyway.
That's a yes answer. in my
How
mind.
about if the spouse got it from somewhere else and passed it on?
Yeah, that's a
That's a
problem.
concern.
You can drive a truck through this.
Mhm.
I mean, there are ways, there are ways that it's supposed to be regulated. It comes back to Councilman Frazier. People aren't gonna follow the rules. What do you do?
Well, but to say how politicians lie,
Well, that's, I mean, we
No,
all,
I just said I've seen a
I
lot of
take
lying
that as,
around election
yeah, you
time.
said all that.
That's all I said.
Okay?
One, I don't think you called me a liar.
I mean, we call, we basically have to follow, we make laws so honest people follow.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
right.
what we're here for,
Yeah.
so.
Does state law reflect an exemption like this?
Yeah, they have a spouse in there.
Mhm.
That's a loophole. Because I wondered about just taking the whole spousal thing out.
Well,
I'd support that.
if,
And then make the reporting over 500 for
Yeah,
everything.
I agree with that.
That would be so much cleaner.
At least it
It
doesn't
would
create
be.
a hole.
Yeah,
This
it
creates one,
doesn't.
whereas if
It
you
does.
just take it out,
If we just
Yeah,
give
just
Mrs.
take it out.
So-and-so.
So we're saying up to $500, they're still considered self-funded if it comes from their spouse.
oh,
Yes.
Is that what
Yeah.
we're saying?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's the.
Can you-
And so what we
What
would
do you
do with
think of
this
that?
is we would remove.
It's so,
No,
it's so many holes in this
The
thing.
well, I agree with that,
Candidate.
but I go back to, I don't agree with the $500 to begin with.
Okay.
So, it's,
I wish you'd take my point on that. There are a lot of
Once
people
we
would like to run
establish
for
the
office.
limit, I'm saying
This
report
would be subject.
everything.
right.
Right here.
Take this
We would
whole
just take
stuff
these
really
words
out.
out, right here.
It would exactly.
It would say-
If you're dealing with a joint account, and that's the issue, the $500 is the $500, it's
Mhm.
community property.
Right.
Right. It would say this, the contributions of the candidate, that word would be deleted, to the candidate's own campaign are not subject to limitations of this section, said monetary contributions, and then we'd add in there the $500 limit. And then that's done. You don't just deal with the spouse, it's $500 limit.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just making notes here. Okay. So our working model survives both of those. And that's it. The rest are, we're gonna move to a different subject. So that's it for how those two work together. The next one is the body in charge. The way it's written all through the ordinance, it says Ethics Commission, and one of the discussion points was Election Board. If you want to have the full waterfront, you could have a separate board if you wanted to.
Can I ask some questions on that?
Sure. The only people it can't be are the elected officials.
Really?
Surprising. Yeah.
I just want to know,
That's a
if
good
you kind of went through this at the last council meeting, that the actual running of the election mechanism on election day and preparing for that. Voter registration, election board totally in charge of that?
County.
The county, you have to be a state registered voter.
I researched that since our last meeting, and the state board is very reluctant to say anything about what municipalities can do, since you have your own charter. So voter registration, that they are claiming to me, and it's not like this in writing, that towns qualify their own registered voter list. Is that true?
We could. We
No.
don't.
We
Yeah,
just
we
use
defer it
whatever
to-
the Westminster office gives us for the city of Taunton.
No, we review all that. When you say qualify, if you want to register to vote in town, you need to be a state registered voter. And then we go to the county, we get the list, we can see where they live based on address. We go through and make sure it's all accurate, basically, so it has the right addresses,
But
and
you,
that becomes our voter list.
Yeah, we'll
but
follow
you
up on
don't,
that.
now, is it true that you don't have to be a state registered voter if you wanted to vote?
No,
Not
that's
anymore.
Not anymore.
The city used to maintain its own voting rolls, which I guess is what they were
Yeah, I'm
telling
kind of
you.
trying to figure that
Where
out.
you could come to the city office and register to vote, and you were not a state registered voter, you were registered to vote in a municipal election. And the city did away with that.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't,
So,
we don't have
if you want to vote here, you have to be a state
So
registered.
I know, for example, people who traveled in to Taneytown to vote in the last election don't live here.
That's
So
what
who
happened.
regulates it, the county or the city election board? They shouldn't be registered voters. They don't live here anymore. Children.
Then they wouldn't be on the
Well,
list.
that's
They
a
are on the
separate-
rolls, and they
That's a
did
separate
vote.
issue now. That's a
So
separate
I'm
issue.
asking, who qualifies Taneytown registered voters before the municipal election?
The state, you have to be a state registered voter.
So the Carroll County Board of Elections
Gives
is the
us the
state
list.
portion of that agency.
Right. Now, your issue of people traveling into town, that's a separate issue. You make it sound like somebody that lives on like Feezer Road came in and voted. We would have, if Joe Smith
their
on
name.
Feezer Road
That's why you
was
have
listed on
election
Feezer,
Yeah.
Feezer Road, their name wouldn't be on our list. But if we did find
But they
it
were on the list and they did vote.
But-
They don't live in town.
Do you know who did that?
Oh, I know many people did.
Who did it?
I'm not at liberty to say that, but I know it happened.
Well, they committed a crime.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
It
It's
happens
voter
all
fraud.
the time. So I want to know how to get a person like that off of the voter rolls, whether or not
Well,
to
how
go
are
to
we supposed to do that if you don't
the
tell us
municipal
how it
election
works?
board. Am I my brother's keeper?
I
I have to
had-
get. I don't do that.
So
Councilman,
you're
I
asking
had,
us to do it.
I had the voter list at the last election, and I went through that entire list. There was no one outside of city limits on that list. Nobody.
Okay.
For example, I mean, the one issue that comes up that kind of, I can see where your point is, but it is, let's say that you said kids who don't live here anymore, but are registered to vote here. So that was an example. So if you're away at school, you're away, you live somewhere else, and you're not registered to vote anywhere else, you're registered to vote here, you're entitled to vote here.
Right. You can
Okay.
do absentee
But
and actually show up. On
You
this.
can't vote in two different places. That you can't.
We had a
be
congressional candidate voted in 2 different places in the last election.
But that's,
Yeah,
that's
that's a
illegal
whole
too.
nother.
So it does happen.
And
So
military.
I'm not imagining this.
Military.
Well, I don't know that
Military
it happens
people.
here.
Anyone who's.
Well, I know it happens here.
Anyone who's, well, bring him forward because it's against the law.
And everybody that comes in, unless they're known, usually has to submit an ID.
I just try and find out whether the municipal election board will take a complaint. If I file a complaint with this voter no longer lives here and
Yes,
doesn't qualify
you
to
need to
vote,
file that with the municipal election.
or go down to the county
The
election.
No,
municipal
municipal.
election.
That's why the election judges are present when people come in and vote.
Yeah, I thought so.
And we have that. I mean, you were there. You had people who said, I live in Taneytown, and yes, they have a Taneytown zip code. Their license says Taneytown, but they live outside the corporate limits, and they're told, hey, you can't
And
vote.
most of
You can't
it
vote.
is just simply a lack of understanding from the person's point of view. It's not malicious or criminal, it's just lack of understanding. But when they come in and say, well, you don't live within the city limits, you can't vote, then they say, well, fine, thank you, sorry.
And they're turned away.
Which I
Okay.
understand.
And they-
I didn't want to pursue that
Which I
because
understand.
I want to,
happened
before
with
we
them.
make a decision
Yeah.
whether the ethics board should do a lot more or whether the election board should do a lot more, I wanted to find out what kind of tasks they were tasked with. And if they are keeping voter rolls and running the daily election. I had raised the point that perhaps the election board should do all elections. But I might withdraw that point if I realize the extent that the election board was doing. They have a lot to do if they're qualifying the voter list before election day.
I guess maybe we should run down a task of each of these and
Right.
see.
Well, prior to this past election, the only thing the election board did was show up on election day, correct?
Right.
And they ran the polls for 12 hours, then
Okay.
they went home. They didn't even meet prior to that day.
Right.
They didn't even know who was on the board with them
They
prior
showed
to
that
that.
day,
That's-
and they count the votes.
And that was it?
That was all they did.
Okay, well, that's settled that way.
And we made it a lot easier when we went to electronic voting.
Right.
Because before it was
They had to count
it was an
them.
arduous task. But
Right.
now they run the polls and they make the decision. When someone comes in and says, I want to vote, and they're like, you're not on the voter list, that's when they make a decision saying, show me your ID, we'll give you a provisional ballot, or you live outside of town, you're not done, and they work with the county. So that's all they do. They are responsible for the entire election, so when we had the question about the election that you went through, they're the board that hears that. As far as these two goes, the Ethics Commission has to meet at least twice a year because they review all the, I'll call them employee financial disclosures, the ones you should have gotten in the mail.
Just got 'em.
And they have to review all the candidates' financial disclosures. So it's twice they meet. And they hear all ethics complaints if they're filed. So that's on an as-needed basis. So those are the three things. The only reason that ethics commissions versus election board, it doesn't matter. Okay, for a practical purpose, it's a board of people that's going to be appointed, that's going to have this as a task. The ethics commission is used to dealing with these things. That was the thought behind it. They are used to looking at the financial disclosure forms. They're used to meeting and reviewing that, whereas the election board has never been tasked with doing that. However, you could tell them, hey, you're in charge of this now, and we would come up with a way that they would meet to review these forms. Again, it's only during the election cycle, so it's every 2 years. It's not that big of a deal. It just is who you want to do.
But even the current city code even says that the election board has the final say on candidates in general.
Right.
So the ethics board would still have to make a recommendation to the election board
Right.
to say this is a
Right.
violation or this is this. So I mean, it's still going to have to go to them eventually, but they don't have to do the review.
Right.
That's a good point. Councilman.
Yeah, that's an election issue, so maybe we should follow there.
I mean, again, it's either one. There, I can give you no advice on which one it should be.
If you went to the election board,
Mhm.
then they're everything. They review and they're the final decision.
Yes.
Yes.
And that can't
It's a
be.
seamless garment.
There should be another in-between board.
Yeah,
One that looks at it and makes their recommendation. It's the same reason we have other boards in the city do the same thing.
Did I understand you,
So
Mr.
then
Mayor,
it
to
seems
agree with
like
that? That the
it should be
election
some
board-
sort of separation
Election
of
board.
duties.
Yeah,
I
because if
originally
the
said
ethics
that,
commission
thinking
doesn't
that-
find a problem, it never goes to the election board.
Yeah, and I don't want to see two because you got more of a chance of a leak if you have two people looking at them
Amen to that.
than
That's a
just the
good point.
one, okay? That's why I would like to see the Ethics Commission review them and then just make a recommendation to
To
the election board.
board.
Correct.
yeah.
Not have the two people looking at them.
Exactly.
Because I
That's
think the
why I was-
ethics people are in a better position to make a decision.
And they are gonna
And
be
the
reviewing the
recommendation.
financial disclosure form.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Anyway,
Right.
I mean, they have
Uh-huh.
to do that.
yeah, so you gotta have, then you'd have two people looking at them. And then you got
Okay.
a chance of a bigger chance of a leak
yeah.
when there's no reason for it.
Gotta change my mind on
So
So it
consensus.
would remain. I think it should remain the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that regardless of what it says in here, the Ethics Commission still reports to the Board of Elections.
Right.
So that's current code.
Okay, issue 4 is timing. So, this is the part, it's all through the code, okay, I didn't put every piece up there, but the idea is, these are the timings of when you file something. This first depends on the period and the duration of the election. If you have a 30-day election from when I'm a candidate to when I'm voting, then this is overkill. If you have a 60-day or a 90-day, then you need to kind of think about what this means. And so here's kind of the second bullet point. You obviously need a filing when you start. I got to tell you, I am a candidate, I'm self-funding, I'm not self-funding, here's the money I already have, here's what I've already spent. You need a starting filing, that's easy. And you need an ending filing, right? But at least with the start, you have to do it. You need an ending filing that's prior to the election. If you don't have something prior to the election, then how do people
Forget it.
know
That's right.
who gave you what? Because maybe I don't want to, or I do want to vote for you, depending on who's supporting you. That's what the point was being. So I need a starting time, and I need a time before the election. But that can't necessarily be the day before the election, because the forms come in at the end of business the day before the election, so how does that work?
Can't be reviewed. Right?
So it has to be before the election, but within prior enough time that it can be reviewed, it can be done.
Published.
Right. Then you definitely need one that's after the election. Because from the time you filed something, let's say the week, we'll just go with a week before the election, there is still expenditures being made, there's still money that can be done, so you need to close the loop out with one after the election. So that's 3 to make it work. And then if you didn't spend all your money and you have money left because it's an ongoing campaign, the year-end one is a requirement for every year is how much do you have in your war chest at the end of the year if you're going to keep it going. If it's over, well, then there's nothing to file. If you spent everything after the election and it's 0, then you don't have anything more to file.
And you can also clear it out by donating it to
Right.
Paul's.
I mean, you can just say, I have to turn this in, I'm done with the election, I have $50 left, here's $50 donated to, and it tells us how to deal with that, and you're done. But if you decide, I'm keeping my campaign account because I have $400 in it and I may run again, or I'm gonna run for re-election, I wanna keep this, then you have to file at the end of every year, because you will be able to raise money to put into the campaign account as it goes. So you have to file, what did you do in that year? So in off-election years, you're reporting if you have it active, and if you have one active one during the election cycle, you have more fun. So those are, I don't see how you get around not having at least
Then-
4.
This applies for winners and losers.
Right, yeah, you have to, if you, no matter, win or losers, you do those.
So under that, I mean, if they keep their war chests open, can they continue receiving contributions?
Yeah.
At what point is that an election cycle? I mean, how do you define the election cycle
Well-
if they're going to do it 4 years ahead of time?
Well, the start is always a problem.
Mhm.
Of when I say I'm a candidate versus when I'm going to start raising money, which is why the starting one, the first one I have to file, I have to say how much I have and where I've got it. After I'm in
When
the
you
system,
started.
so to speak,
Mhm.
I'm done with the election, so it's the end of the election year, and I have an off year because there's no election coming up.
Right.
I can still raise money and spend money, but I only have to file what I did at the end of the year.
Right. But I'm wondering about with contributions, you know, you can only donate $500 to a candidate. Are they going to take that as per year? Because they might spread it out over the 4 years preceding.
Well, and I think it's the way it is per year. I mean, the way this, if it doesn't say
Not
that.
per campaign cycle.
Right, it's $1,500 in a campaign cycle. That means from the time the candidates, the
Right.
60 days, 30 days,
Hmm.
$1,500 limit.
But they can put as much as they want before then.
You need to define what that campaign cycle is.
Right.
That has to be a number.
If they're gonna take $500 every year from one person, by the time it gets to, I mean, that limit's useless at that point.
Well, look at it from a practical standpoint. Forget my account and all that kind of stuff. I'm running,
Mhm.
and somebody gave me $500. That's the most they could give me. Okay, so now I'm done, and I turn everything in. 2 years later, I start again. You can give me $500 again.
Mhm.
So the $500 limit is going to be a yearly limit for practical purposes.
It's 4 years.
Right. I'm looking at
Yeah.
exactly the candidate, 4-year limit. So the idea is you don't want, there's no reason to limit. If we're playing with the big leagues now, there's no reason to limit campaign contributions to only election years. You just have to have a yearly limit of what you can give, and that's the $500. Or change the number so it works.
So does that mean
Let me
that,
throw out a scenario to tell me how this would work. Suppose I'm thinking about running for re-election, for example, maybe myself as an example. And election's in May, and in December, I don't know whether I'm gonna run or not. I'm really undecided. So I decide I'm gonna buy $500 worth of signs that say, I can stick in everybody's front yard and say, tweet me if you want me to run for mayor. Is that reportable?
Are you a candidate yet?
No.
I apologize.
No, he's thinking,
Right.
and he wants to know what other
That's a
people
great
think.
question.
That's what it is.
Why not?
it's an informal poll.
That's right. It's money that I've spent on a campaign that I may or may not run for.
Right,
Yeah, exactly.
but you actually use the signs.
People are clever.
Yeah, I physically purchased something as part of this process. I'm not a candidate, but I may be. So is that reportable?
It is.
It depends if people tweet him
No,
and
it's
say,
not.
I don't know.
That's the question. Are we talking about the after report purchases made?
Yeah, like,
during the
it may not
campaign?
even last, it may not even last 30 days.
Well, the issue is, are you becoming a candidate?
If he decides to become a candidate,
It's reportable.
then it's reportable when he makes that decision,
Right,
not when he puts them in his yard.
right.
Because if he decides not to become a candidate,
It's not.
then
regular.
you're dumb enough to spend $500. That's your
That's
problem.
smart.
Okay?
That's
Right.
clever.
So, I mean, the answer is, it's reportable once you become under the jurisdiction of this. You become under
So-
the jurisdiction when you're a candidate.
Well, what happens if I have a donor that pays for those signs? Does that change the conflict in that?
It's still reportable if you become a candidate.
Then
If I
you
don't become a candidate, it's not.
forget it. Who cares?
Right.
This is only to see who's donating to you as a
Okay, that
candidate.
answers my question.
Now, the form, the first form you fill out then,
If I become a candidate.
if you
I've
become a
got-
candidate,
Yeah,
What did you spend?
you have to
within the
make
last-
provisions
Mhm.
to cover previous,
Prior.
before you made this sign up, did you receive contributions
Right.
and that type of thing?
Because this only regulates people subject to us.
Running for
And
elections,
it's
running for
Right,
office.
so, and that's why, when we get to the timing, the first report is due when it's the last day to file for office.
Right.
Because that's when you are a candidate. Now, that may change, okay, language may change to say certified or something like we talked about with that other issue, but that's the idea. So that answered your question, okay. So we're down to, you definitely need something when you start, you need something in the prior election, you need something after the election. In the year-end report, we got a little fuzzy on what we're doing on off years. Let's just set that aside for a second. The last bullet point, it's already accompanied in there, but a mid-term report. And this is one where you kind of got to brainstorm with me. Our elections are on the first week of May. Okay. And right now, and you can pull the code out, but you become a candidate in, what is it, March?
Mhm.
It's like 60 days in advance is the election cycle.
And we just extended that.
We said that we probably need to
No,
move
I
that.
mean, before that. 2 years ago, we extended that.
Right, we did.
Because people were signing up.
And it was too
After.
close. Right. So if we're in May, we'll just use dates that I can do in my head.
Right.
Let's say it's May 1st. Okay? May 1st, that would mean March 1st is the election cycle. But we said that we need some time in the end, in the middle here, before we can certify a candidate or verify a candidate. Because when the forms come in, they need to be reviewed. And if that takes 10 days, we don't want to take 10 days away from the candidate's campaign time. So March 1st, maybe not the day anymore. Maybe it's February 15th. So if February 15th is the start of the election cycle, meaning I know who my candidates will be. They
That's the
can't be
final
anybody.
deadline for candidates.
Right, and it's not gonna be anybody else. I have February 15th, then I have March, April, I have 2.5 months. Is that a long enough period that's gonna require somebody in that 2.5 month time frame to have to file a report in the middle so that I can see, if I'm a member of the public, who's raising money?
I
Because
think so.
2.5 months is like, maybe 3 months, it's 90 days, whatever. It's not 30 days. Because 5 reports in 30 days is excessive. 5 reports in 6 weeks is excessive. 5 reports in 90 days, I don't know if that's excessive or not.
But it's
Remembering, it's
but
not 5 then, it's
Right.
1, 2, it's 3 prior to the election. So you're definitely having a start, you're definitely having a prior to the election. Do you need to have a mid-report point?
Oh, I think so.
Yes.
And so then that gives us, if you say yeah, that gives us the latitude to make the election period longer, which helps everyone, the candidate included, because now we can get the Ethics Commission to verify the financial disclosure forms. We're not under the gun to get the absentee ballots and everything printed where we are now. It just allows us more time.
What happens to the candidate that doesn't do anything except until the last 2 weeks of the campaign, or 3 weeks? And then comes in with guns blazing and spends a whole bunch of money.
If,
They'll still have to
You
report.
picked
That's
that one up in the last.
and the
one.
last one. So if the candidate does it, we're gonna make up the dates again. Let's say the last one is 7 days before the election. And the candidate says, all right, I'm gonna spend 6 days before the election. They gamed the system, you wouldn't be able to find that out until after the election. But they're running against everyone they can't spend any money, they're really at a point. Now go back to our self-funded. In my mind, it was February 15th we started. So I'm self-funding, I'm saying I am spending less than $500. I file that. I don't have to file anything until the last report. And when is the last report? 7 days before the election?
7 days before.
Yeah.
And said, I didn't spend any. Okay, that's what we're talking about. Okay, I understand that.
So the last report is 7 days before the election, so that'll be public information
Everything
before
is.
people vote.
Yes.
How about at the last filing date, 7 days before the election, that's also the cutoff for contributions? Because, you can't report it after that, so let's make it you can't receive them after that.
But not cut off for expenditure.
Right, you can,
Oh,
you
no,
can spend, that's
right
fine,
until the end.
but cut off the contributions at that last day of reporting.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You can't restrict people
Sure you
from
can.
giving to politics.
Well, no.
Citizens United lawsuit says money, the contributions are speech. And now that Mr. Scalia's passed away, maybe that'll change. But right now, you can't restrict people's ability to speak in the public election cycle.
Then how do you explain the General Assembly's ban on fundraising
We're
during
gonna
the 90-day
sue 'em.
session?
They're unconstitutional.
But as far as that goes right now, that you can put reasonable restrictions, the General Assembly does it.
Oh, but cut off contributions are not reasonable. That's not American. I had a question. I had 16 questions. The reason I seconded your motion, Brad, to take it to this meeting, because I had a whole bunch of questions.
You
What-
said you were gonna get them to me in advance. You
What?
didn't.
No, I'm going to bring them up at a council meeting before I vote on this. We're not voting today, right?
Wait a minute, like the last meeting, you said you were gonna send it to him so we'd have the answers for this meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the plan.
Oh, well, I apologize for that.
You-
We'll have to
you-
be next meeting then.
You expect answers off the top of his head, huh?
But I can do that.
Yeah, well, for example, I had people give $100 bill for Robin's campaign. How can you limit cash contributions to $25? I reported that on the reports.
Where you can't take cash contributions over $25
Well, why would you do that?
because cash is too
I think
easily
that's
fungible.
unconstitutional. I don't think you can
Well,
do
until you're
that.
Supreme Court justice, I don't care.
What's
Okay.
the difference?
You can't do that.
Cash is too easily fungible.
Well, you-
$100 cash bill, so you're trying to
If you
tell
have a
people.
statute and I report it, what does it matter what form the contribution comes in, whether it's in kind or cash or
What did
check?
Because while you may be honest, others may not be.
Let's see what the state.
Well, you ridiculed me when I said that earlier about politicians.
He also said he's not.
State max is $100. So the state limits it. We're limiting ours to 25. Pick a number. But obviously, you can limit it. The state does.
I think federal does as well.
So the idea is cash is too easily lost, fungible, and not traceable. And it's not even something I have to hide. Here's $20 for your campaign, thanks, and I put it in my pocket by accident, and then I forget about it and I buy a Big Mac with it instead because I didn't really pay attention to it. But if I have a check from Claire for $25, it's got to go into my campaign account, or I can't cash it, because you're going to tell her, make it out to Jay Gullo's campaign account.
Candidates have to eat too.
It was good news when somebody gave us a $100 bill. We're not ashamed of that at all.
So if you
I
want to
reported
change
it.
the cash amount, that number from 25 to something else, you certainly can do that. If you want to accept cash, you certainly can do that. The thing is that this is the draft. What do you want the final to say? That's the
Yeah, I had that happen. Robin, that was great news. And we reported who gave it and their employment, who they worked for, and everything was required at the time, if you recall.
right. And if
Yeah.
they gave you more than 100 in cash, you would have had to say only give.
Not too many people have $1,000 bills, but two people do have $100 bills in their pocket sometimes.
Just a point, folks, we've got about half an hour to wrap this up, so we'll move on to the next section.
So can I go back to the issue before we got to that $100
Okay.
We're
bill?
close to the agenda.
Was,
Let's stick to it.
Go back. The reporting time. Are we okay with the way it's laid out and figuring out a midterm reporting? Is that how we're going to wind this up?
We need a midterm report.
Yeah.
So you wanna-
Okay, so a midterm report is okay.
Absolutely.
Now,
Yes.
then the issue that we left on was, what about contributions?
What do you mean?
The contributions after the last
After the
filing
last-
before the election.
I send in contributions after
At
the
the
final
s-
report.
Yeah.
So you want me to have some language on that for you to look at?
Yep.
Okay, Councilman Frazier, back to yours. So $25, it could be another number, to tell me what the number needs to be.
It should be a $100 bill. People will do that if they really believe in you. And people never have a $1,000 bill.
No, but they
Or a
have
$500
two,
$200 bill.
But often they have a $100 bill.
but they can have 200s. or
But whether it's
150.
25 or whether it's 100, doesn't matter. You're gonna have to report it.
Yeah, I'm not saying not reported. I'm just saying, I think, this is my question number 9. Why pick a $25 number? That's a dumb number. It's not even a denomination. We don't have a $25 note in America. I just think that's a dumb number. And I just would like to go to $100 on that, because I've had that happen to us, and it was great news. It's a good,
Again, keep in perspective what we're doing here. We're not running against Bob Mikulski. We're trying to get elected to this municipal government. So shouldn't there be a difference? If the state says 100, why wouldn't the municipal level be?
I just explained
I'm
why.
fine with 25.
I wonder sometime whether y'all are deaf or not. I just explained why. That
And-
stuff happens in
And
politics.
we wonder the same sometimes, Tom.
My parents may give you a $50 bill because they believe in you.
I'm
That's a
fine
good
with the
thing.
$25
I'm
back.
certainly not. That's not even a denomination size.
So,
doesn't have
so
to
it
be a
takes
bill.
2 bills.
Yeah.
Okay,
Or
that's question
25
That's just
little ones.
dumb. There's lots of problems here,
We'll vote
but that's
for it.
one of them that I wanted to bring up before we finished if we're running out of time.
This is the time to do this. This
Yeah,
is
I
what's
thought
here.
that was just like a friendly discussion.
All right, so what's
So
the
that's
next?
number 2.
What's next?
We have all of,
I got all those on that,
everything we need,
on the
For
slide,
you.
on for me, right? Of
Okay.
all the things that you brought up prior to this,
right,
that gets me where it
We're
is.
okay.
So what else?
But after election, you can, I'm sorry to speak out, but after election, you can start collecting contributions again.
And it'll be
That would have to
a
be.
yearly
funded.
cycle is what we talked about.
Right.
So within a calendar year.
You report it again.
And that gets to us to this one in my notes here. So thereafter, every candidate shall annually file, that paragraph goes on, okay, so it is addressed there. I'll read the rest of it. Or actually, I can let you all read it for yourself.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I know. Contributions received or expenditures made by the candidate or on the candidate's side from the day of filing the last prior report and any balance of that. So you have to do all of that for that whole year till the end of the year, which is December 31st. And then the next year, any contributions that whole year until December 31st. Then next year, it's the whole year, but you're going to be in a campaign cycle if it's a 2-year deal. So, okay, so that gets me what I need on that. So, what else? Anything else? If you have 18 other questions.
Methinks thou dost protest too much. I've said enough. I don't want to belabor the points. There are lots of things. I think some good things were accomplished today. I wanted to get a sense of how everybody feels about the things you discussed.
But
I
my
really
understanding is I'm
appreciate
going to
that.
come up with the final ordinance and give it to you for the next meeting.
Are you gonna bring
And
these
you're
up
going to vote
Wednesday
up or
night?
down on the ordinance. for your
Everybody,
discussion.
everybody ready to vote on what we talked
Well,
about today?
but,
Not yet.
no, wait a minute, are we gonna, Don, are you gonna bring these up Wednesday night at the workshop? You
I'm
have the
just
15
confused about
questions?
procedure then. I thought I asked you whether or not we were going to act. This is a discussion meeting for a later session. Or is that correct? We're not
The
going to vote
purpose of
on it.
having this
No, we're
on the
not.
agenda today was that we don't have time to devote to it during the work session. There's too many intricacies, there's too many ins and outs to be handled in a hour and a half meeting. So that's why we thought we'd set aside an hour and a half specifically just for this topic today to talk about. So the idea was when we leave this workshop or this retreat, we'll have a product that we can vote on at the next meeting.
Bring up a couple other things, if that's okay. If you want to continue to talk about it, I can bring up a couple other
That's why
things.
we're here.
If you looked at the Jeb Bush campaign for presidency, there were super PACs that spent a lot of money. When he would get in front of the camera, he would say, well, I didn't produce that ad. And for example, he spent $31 million in the New Hampshire primary, while Ted Cruz only spent $580,000 because of the immense amount of money that came from these PACs. You have provisions in here, and I'll see if I can find out where they are in it. I have this listed as 18.3. I guess it's 2016. Now I have to renumber
No,
them.
that's still 18.3.
Yeah, okay. How does a candidate police what other people do in speaking about a candidacy? I mean, it would be just a dirty trick if you filed ethics commission filing against something that somebody like Maryland Right to Life did to support Joe, for example. I know Maryland Right to Life ran a robocall for Joe Vigliotti. A fellow by the name Jack Ames did that. Actually, it's defended because Joe's a member of the Knights of Columbus and pro-life. So how do you police that, and how could that be illegal? I don't think a candidate could be, if somebody wants to speak about them, could regulate what others say and do.
Well, the candidate is not the one who's required to do this. The political committee is.
Yeah, right. Those political committees have rules in the state, Mr. Gullo, and they have to file as a political action committee if they do that. And there is reporting required already for them.
18-3. They have to report now
To
here.
the city too.
Now their state rules, they might have state rules, but now they have local rules, if you want to call it, city rules, that they have to file if they make expenditures of more than $250, and that's that. So this regulates 3 types of people: candidates, political action committees, or political committees. It also regulates individuals. So if an individual decides to go out and make up signs because I want somebody elected, If they spend more than $250, they too have to. And there's requirements for that.
So this is newly empowering the state ethics, the city ethics commission to regulate political committees and, what was the other thing you just said?
Individuals, political committees, and candidates.
And candidates. So in my question, the candidate wouldn't be responsible for what someone else did. But the political committee would be responsible for the ethics commission.
Correct.
And let me give you an
So that's my question, and I'm glad to get an answer
Let me
to
use
it.
that as an example, okay?
Uh-huh.
If the report came out and said, the Right to Life Committee, whatever, did something and spent $350
Praise God, they did
to
it.
support Joe Vigliotti, right?
It's great.
The first thing I think of is, wait a minute, this is a Right to Life Committee, and they're spending money on the lowest man in the totem pole that can't do a damn thing about the right to life. He has no say whatsoever. Why are they doing that? I would look at that as
Because they have a
unfavorable.
First Amendment, and people who love people of certain
I'm not
characters.
talking about, they have the right to do it. But me as a citizen, when it was published that they provided money or robocalls to him, I'm going to wonder what the hell's going on. Because Joe has no say whatsoever on that matter at this level.
It goes to character.
It doesn't go to character. That doesn't
Well,
say he's
well, it
right to
comes
life.
down, it comes
Well,
down to
see-
this, Right to Life have to answer to their
You
contributors
see,
for that.
that's
And
what
he's not a
that's
right
what we're
to
here
life guy.
talking about. Transparency is why we're doing this. We let everybody, let the skeptics question whether.
And
the
that's
right
what
to
I'm
life-
saying. I would question.
right.
But
I would question
that's
that.
their right. That's their right to do that.
I would question that donation because I would see, why are they spending money on a guy who has no say whatsoever in that matter?
So let's,
And on the other hand, I might say, well, I'm right to
That's
life
right.
too, so
You'd like that.
I want to support him because he thinks like I do.
Yeah,
So it
that's
works both
terrific.
ways.
Well, I can be
That's
right.
great.
I am right to life, but I'm going to say, why are they supporting him?
Yeah,
so
well,
that goes to
doing
motive.
anything.
That goes to,
Yeah.
okay, so let's go to your
I just wanted to-
original question
Which
about
was-
what
doing
happens
purpose.
to them.
I just don't want the candidates to be responsible for what
Well,
others
let's
did.
say-
And
let's play
I mean,
that
I think you answered my question.
But
Thank
I
you
want to
for
play it out on that scenario.
Please do.
So, the Ethics Commission gets this complaint saying, we didn't get a filing on the Right to Life people, robocall, whatever the sign, we didn't get a filing on that. How can that sign be down on Baltimore Street? How can the robocalls be being done? We need to find that out. And somebody says, well, the robocall said they were supporting Joe Vigliotti. So the very
I'm
next
not saying that happened. I was doing
It's
this
just an
as a
example.
scenario.
The very
I
next
know how
call is to
enthusiastic
Joe
you are.
Vigliotti and says, Joe, you need to come here and explain this. There's some robocalls going around, the Right to Life Committee supporting you during your election. What's up with that? He's gonna come in and he's gonna say, my campaign did not do that.
No, I
Did
think
not
that's a
take
foul. You throw a yellow flag down on that because the Ethics Commission doesn't have any responsible to hold a candidate responsible for what a third party does.
How would they
can't
find
control
out?
that. How can you control what a committee does?
They're not,
it. Follow me through here. So we call Joe in and we say,
You don't call Joe in.
do you think it just happened in a vacuum? Do you think those robocalls for Joe Vigliotti happened just in a vacuum? You think that it just happens? So if
I
I
agree
wanted
with the
to,
mayor. Cynics may believe there's all kind of ugly motives behind that,
I'm
but
not,
I don't
I'm
think
not
that's
motivated.
that's a very cynical view.
Did you
That
have
if
any
somebody-
conversation with the?
I'm
Yeah,
not saying
right
that
to life
happened.
people.
I was just saying that I know that that's a particular.
You told me robocalls happen. This is real now, right? Robocalls really happen, right? They really
I get a
did.
robocall every week from the
for
these
our
people.
election. Robocalls happened in our election. We all know that.
right.
Okay. Now, if the robocall was
I just
for
don't
you,
want a candidate to be responsible for what a third party does because you can't control what other people do
but
and
how
say
would
about
how
you.
would the
But,
candidate be
but
responsible?
just because they called Joe in is say, hey, this went out for you. Was this part of your campaign or was it separate? And he nowhere said that he was being penalized for that.
Right.
They
Well,
need to
I
find
was.
out the facts.
Well,
Right, I know what you were saying, but they need to find out the facts behind what happened.
And Joe says,
And
I didn't
since
do
Joe's
this.
name was on there, that's
He's
who
the
they're going to call.
logical person. I didn't do
Right.
this. I didn't make these calls. And we said, well, the Right to Life organization did. Who's your contact at that? Because obviously you had some dealings with them or they wouldn't even known your name to come here and spend the robocalls in Taneytown. And he would say, I'm very good friends with Mr. Smith, and Mr. Smith said he was going to support me. And I'm like, great, can I have Mr. Smith's contact information? And then the city contacts Mr. Smith and says, you realize when you make contributions within the city of Taneytown, you need to follow our ethics ordinance. Here's our ethics ordinance, you need to make a filing for what you did.
Well, V. Landy Harkenhorn was the state's attorney for Carroll County for many years, and he told us at a Taneytown meeting with Doris and John Harner that certain people, when they have a grievance with one another, will file a suit against other. But there's a certain class of people in Westminster, when they have a grievance, they go to the state's attorney's office and file a crime against their fellow person, all kind of crimes that don't exist, just to frustrate that person. And I think scoundrels and lowlifes do that all the time. And so I'm concerned that if you don't have clarity about what entity hears a complaint, that scoundrels will go and file complaints just to frustrate people.
But we do have clarity.
Well, you know, like any other legislation, it's designed for law-abiding people. People who are not law-abiding won't pay attention.
Well, I can
to
go
that.
file a crime at the state's attorney's office during business hours, even yet. So I just think that there's nothing criminal about doing that.
So,
If
anyway,
you set up a
your
procedure
initial
for people
question-
to receive lots of complaints during the election cycle, they generate.
Well, you
lots
kind
of
of wandered
complaints.
off course. Your
I'm not
first
off
course
course.
was-
I want
number
to talk
two
about
was-
that particular abuse of this ordinance.
Well, your question was, who do you hold responsible? And my
Mhm.
answer to you was, you hold the campaign committee, in your example, responsible. Then we used the scenario where we just went through the facts of how that campaign committee would be found and then held responsible. If that campaign committee said, we didn't do it, we don't know how this happened, all right, somebody's lying, somebody's breaking the law, now it's beyond us to figure this out. Then we will go to the state's attorney and say, somebody's breaking the campaign finance law here. We don't know who it is.
I don't think anybody broke any rules by
Well,
speaking.
We're doing a hypothetical to try to
Uh-huh.
illustrate the point, okay? So that's the point, is that you wanted to know who was responsible. The campaign committee would be held responsible. And that's how they would be held responsible. Now, I would imagine that a committee that donates and does robocalls and is set up for that is very familiar with how to fill out campaign finance forms. And if they're told they have to, they would be more than happy to do it, because they too want to let everyone know that they're supporting these people.
Right.
And they would be happy to follow the law.
Well, Jay, I'm interested in politics, and I watch this happen all the time in politics, where people try to create an issue that doesn't exist. So it's a way that scoundrels work in politics. And I'm concerned that if you set up a lack of clarity whether the candidate's responsible, or whether the campaign committee's responsible, or whether a political committee is responsible, that you might end up with abuses.
Well, it's not unclear. You can state who it is. Because
And
the
once
candidate,
again, the three entities are a candidacy.
political committee, and an individual.
Okay, all right, that's good. Thank you
But
for
what
clarifying.
happens if the committee doesn't follow? Let's just say they say,
Well,
I'm not
committees don't have to
following your
follow.
state's favor, then what happens?
Then we can take action against them.
What kind of action?
Legal action. There's fines involved.
All right, folks,
Right
we
there.
got-
You're guilty, we would go to the state's attorney's office and say, that entity did not follow ours, they could be fined as a misdemeanor. An officer, we can also institute injunctive release or mandamus, so we could basically have the court say, stop doing that to them. That's how you would do it.
So an individual could get a misdemeanor if they made signs and put them up for somebody,
And they
and
could,
then said, I'm not filling out your form.
Yes.
it's the filling out the form that's the problem, not the signs that are the problem. So if somebody says, I'm not putting up your signs, I'm not filling out your form for the campaigns I'm doing, yeah. They would violate this. Now, whether they would get charged, that's up to the state's attorney. But they're violating our law.
That sounds a little iffy.
Mayor,
How else would you do it?
It sounds unconstitutional to me, but that's,
I think it's the
That's
same
thrown
thing
around
at the
a lot.
state level. It's the same at the county level. This is campaign finance.
Let's go right here. Penalties. State level's on the right.
Yep.
Fines, criminal action, the candidate is not seated. And again, I wrote this with the candidate in mind, not with all the other ones in mind, but basically fines, legal action, and misdemeanors. So it's the same as the state.
not for individuals,
Huh?
not for individuals though. There's not individuals. Political committees, but not individuals.
Well, our example that we were talking about was the political.
Well, I was asking about individuals.
So now an individual, if they don't follow our rules, they would do that as well. So,
Well, that helps a lot. Thank you for talking about that.
that was number two.
Well, again, we're running short of time here, so let's wrap it up and get ready to move on to the next session. We'll let this come to vote.
Well, my question is have we flushed out all the questions? Because that was the whole purpose.
Usually not.
Well, I've made an error by not giving this to Jay,
But that,
so I'm
But
correct
I can
that.
do this, we got 15
but that means
minutes
we're
left.
just gonna go through this all over again.
No, let's just continue until we get these answers,
All right.
so that we're clean on our workshop.
Yeah.
I'd rather spend it today than at the workshop.
Let's move forward then. Let's do
No,
that.
no.
Let's get on.
Not interested in doing that.
No.
I agree with you. That's enough. We answered some things that were troubling me, and I
We
appreciate
still
your
have
comments.
15 minutes on this subject.
All right, well, I'd like to ask a question then.
All right,
Political committees, at what point do they register?
when they make or spend money for the town, when they spend money for the town.
When they spend money?
So that's right.
And that's,
Right there.
and their cutoff is $250.
When they are collect or expend the first $250 or more to assist the promotion or success of a candidate. So on big ones, like the Right to Life, which is not Taneytown Right to Life, right, it's World Right to Life, they, as soon as they spend $250 in the promotion of a candidate in the city of Taneytown, they're required to file. But, yeah, it'll follow the rules
Right, with the state, they have to register
in advance.
as an intent to,
Right, we don't have that.
I would be more supportive of that. That way the city knows these people are potentially going to put them subject. And if they don't spend anything, then they don't spend anything. They should file as a political committee with the city.
So you want, that would be the section before that where there would almost be another section saying, if you intend to have a political committee, you need to file
File the political
to say,
committee.
I'm going to be a political committee and I guess have some data of your address and who's responsible.
And they file by the same deadline candidates file to run.
And we have to publish this in advance, so they know what they're getting into.
You know, I also said that before I vote, I want to see what these forms look like.
Well, the Ethics Commission is the one, or the, whoever you decide.
Do you remember me saying that?
I heard you say that.
Yeah.
Right,
But-
but it's not up to us
but
to make
it's
the
not up to
forms. It's an ethics
Well, I'm
commission.
not going to
who will
vote
do
for an
it.
ordinance, but to put in place forms I've never seen.
Here you go.
So, if I fail to give you my questions, you know, we're not.
Well,
ready
we're here
a
for
vote.
that, right? I mean, I'm all here
I
for
want
that.
to see these.
Here's the
forms.
form.
It says, what does the form look like if only, and I want to see that. before I vote.
18-8, you'll never see it. Here you go. The Ethics Commission shall be responsible for promulgating the forms necessary to carry out the intent of the chapter. So you need to change that if you don't want the Ethics Commission to do that.
I didn't
You
say
all-
that. I said before I vote on installing a form requirement, I want to see the forms that are proposed. And so I requested that at the council meeting. I requested again today before we leave this subject.
Okay, I gave them to you last April. But
You
they're
think
not.
they're changed? I thought you said that they were working on this.
No, this is
I told
different.
you they were working on the financial disclosure forms.
Oh, okay.
So I guess my
mistaken.
question is, if you want to come up with the forms, meaning you, the council, then we can't have 18-18.
No, I don't think the council should do that. I think the Ethics Commission has interest. From what I've been hearing, they want to work on this and improve it. So kudos to them.
So I can give you the draft forms that are used, which are basically copies of the state forms, which I have, but they're not going to be the forms because the ethics board is the one that comes up.
And then infrequently.
They're not empowered to do this until you pass the ordinance.
Okay.
And then you vote on the forms.
But do we
These-
vote? We don't
You will
vote on the
never vote
forms.
on the
No.
forms.
These are the forms that Jay gave us back in August.
That-
Okay?
If it's up to the ethics commission to enforce this, then they should decide what forms they want to review.
That's the way that's written.
Right.
If you don't want it that way, what do you want it to be?
It-
Do you want to come up with the forms? We can put that. The forms shall be adopted by resolution of the city council. And then you all get to see the forms and get to adopt the forms.
I think they should come up with the forms. It's not up to us to micromanage the ethics commission.
We need to let the ethics committee be the final authority on that. We don't need to get, that would just muddy the water if the council didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I think it stays the way it is.
but what if they come up with a form that doesn't require anything?
Well, they have to follow this.
Well, but this doesn't say what should be in the report. I like the forms that were in this one. You know,
Okay, so that'd be provided to them as a template.
So
Or
we could
they
say
could just use that.
The
right?
Ethics Commission
That's what I
shall
would
be
do.
responsible for
Right.
promulgating forms substantially similar to those in example Exhibit A or something.
something like that.
Yeah.
Something along those lines,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm. I looked at these and it
Right,
said
they're
they're relatively easy to fill out. And the point was made that if you don't have a lot to report, you don't have a lot to fill out. So, shouldn't take much time.
Okay? I'll look at that section too. I'll make sure that everybody gets the forms. If you don't have them from back in August, I'll send that email around again. Okay?
Okay, what else?
What else?
What else?
On the two.
We're waiting for your next one.
I said I was ready to rest on that, but
Okay.
if you want, I just would say that in all organizations I've been involved with, treasurer's reports are a good way to tell what's going on in an organization, and I think that these reports are a good idea so the public knows who's supporting candidates. But it's been reported, it's been discussed here over many meetings that that's somehow bad. Reporting of these things is a great way to get endorsements. What better way to say we like a person than for a well-respected citizen to support them with a financial gift or an organization to stand with that person? That's exactly what we want.
I don't
We want
think
to
anyone
know
said that was bad.
what people want to do. I think the whole idea is like something's wrong here. There's nothing really wrong with people backing a candidate. they
That's
like.
right. But I want to know who it is. That's all I'm asking for.
It's transparency.
Okay.
I keep saying it over and over again.
It just-
That's fine. Let the people make up their own mind. Give them the facts and let them
Yeah,
decide.
there's
That's
some
simple as that.
people
Great
that,
thing. I'm not opposed to that. I
I
just
have
want
a
you to know my
concern.
questions are not to try to oppose people knowing that.
Well, and we go back to what I've said several
Mine is to
times.
stop dirty tricks in
The
politics.
more facts that
And
are
that's what
available,
we're
the
trying
better
to do.
decisions that can be made.
believe me,
This goes back to what I was saying, is when we set a self-funding limit, that's a smokescreen. It's not transparency anymore. And that $500 self-funding limit, that's a hide behind me right there.
What-
That's not transparency.
what's he going to hide behind?
The fact that he doesn't have to
I
report
don't
it,
agree with that at all.
Report what?
anything.
Yes, he does at the end. A week before the end, he's got to report exactly what he spent. Okay?
I understand.
And if it totals more than 500 or whatever, then he's got to go the other way. If he doesn't go the other way, he's in violation of the Campaign Finance Act.
Well,
But where does it say that they have to report what they spent if they're under that $500 threshold?
That's
Did
good.
we-
That's
did
the
we-
last
you just
report.
came
Was
up
that the
with
last
that
thing that we added?
Yeah.
That you're gonna stay in the front, self-funding.
Right,
It'll have an affidavit thing.
right.
And then you're also saying that at again, we're our 7-day one, we're on
Mhm.
7 days, that here is the expenditures I made.
Okay.
So
And for
there,
what?
that's more than what
Okay.
we currently have here. Here's the expenditures I made, and they better be less than $500.
Great.
Yeah, so he's still held accountable
All right, we're on,
at that end.
I must have fallen asleep during that. We're on board.
No, I don't think so.
We're on board.
just a question for education is, we talked about, in this case, where someone files for 500 and then it's later shown that there's more than 500 spent, then what's the penalty?
That's the ordinance we need. That says code of conduct for
Okay,
elected officials.
because putting all this in without,
No, that's right.
putting all
If the
this
guy,
in
if
without
he
having
wins the
to
election
penalties
and
is-
he violated the rules, right now, there's no penalty.
Right,
So that's why we come up with the code of ethics for elected officials.
I mean, they could not be seated. They could-
Correct.
I mean, there's other things, but let's play that out. So you're self-funded, it's what you said.
Yep.
You show up and you spent $550 at the end of the day. So That's legit. Remember, self-funding people can spend more than $500. They just have to fill out the form that
Right.
says they did that,
Right.
which you will have done because you will have shown all your things to do that. What's not legit is if that extra $50, or in my scenario, $50, came from someone else.
Right.
Then you're gonna have to fill out your campaign contribution list. And then you would be legit again.
Yeah.
Because you would be showing me where you got the money in excess of yours.
Right. You may be later than
Right.
the other guys, but
So what you're basically doing is you're letting them have a pass on the middle form, basically,
if they
if they're
follow
only
the
spending
rules.
$500 of their own money.
If they don't follow the rules, then they're gonna have to file it completely.
So when they put down their expenditures, are they attaching dates to these expenditures? Is that on the form? Or is it just a list of?
We don't have the form.
I don't
Right.
recall, right?
That's
Well, the reason I say,
No, I mean, no, this is a new one.
and
If
the,
it's gonna
the
be
reason
this
I
one-
ask that is, anyone can say,
Here you go.
right, okay, so it does have date.
Yeah.
So if it comes in at the end, okay, they file, say, I'm not gonna spend more than $500 in my self-funded. They skip the middle reporting.
Right.
At the end, they give their report. They spent $600, and 550 of it was before that mid deadline that they should have filed for because they'd already gone over $500. What's the penalty for that?
Right.
I mean, basically, they just wanted to skate past the middle report. They didn't want to do that one. So they make a declaration, and then they go to the end, and they were in violation.
That goes
So-
to your point, when you're creating separate classes, there's what, because
Right.
see, the one you haven't hit on yet is tricky lawyer, right, would do this, would be, I'm gonna get to the 7-day report, and that's when I'm gonna tell you I raised $5,000 in campaign funds.
Right.
I was self-funded until then, here's all my contributions,
Right.
here's all my expenditures, and now you have 7 days to do it.
Good luck reviewing that, and walk away.
That's how you get around that.
Well,
But,
but
I mean,
then again,
then
then you have a code of conduct for
And that's
elected
public.
officials,
I mean, that's
and
public.
you
at
account
that point.
for fraud and waste and abuse and that thing.
Right.
But the problem I have, okay, with this whole thing is, who calculates in-kind dollar value?
Candidate. I know, but we gotta crawl before we can run here.
I know.
So,
I
that's the
realize
thing,
that, right.
You know, if candidate says, well, the signs were $10,
Well, what if somebody voted 50 hours of their time?
that's,
What's it worth? $10 an hour? $20 an hour? If they're working, it's worth $100 an hour.
well,
You know, you gotta find that one too, right? Yeah.
That's a question.
the
How do you
in-kind.
value that, or do you have to?
Because we just say it's in-kind, we don't talk about how to value.
Oh, I know
in-kind
that.
service.
That's what I,
You noticed that too.
oh yeah.
Now, I mean, again, we can go to what the state
Oh, my.
does. And the state actually has a little more regulation on that. Of course, this is their ordinance, right? This is their law. But we could start talking about what that definition means and how you value that. Maybe you do that now, maybe you do that later. But in kind, we're trying to get at tangible, at least when I wrote that, tangible.
Right.
That his signs, the use of the phone in your office, that has value. The actual sweat labor is not what was
Right.
intended to be that way.
Well, how about the people walking around
Right.
knocking on doors for you?
No,
And I think that's volunteer.
that's volunteer.
That would not be considered in kind.
Right.
That these are tangible campaign flyers, postage, use of your postage meter, things that are equivalent to money.
Things that cost money.
Well, how,
So for this purpose, people don't have value.
no, people are
That's right.
That's
And I mean, at this level, yeah, I mean, that's what
Right,
we're talking about.
that's what it is.
So, I mean, we can look what the state says on that, but the idea is that it's supposed to be tangible of value like that. Because what you're trying to get out is, I want 1,000 people from my church to come knock on doors, and that's part of it. But I don't want each one of them to buy a sign for me and give it to me, because if they do that, that just avoided my expenditure of it. It's value to me. So
Well, if they pound the pavement for you, that's your time not being spent in the field.
Right.
So it goes,
But that's probably beyond what,
we can even worry about.
I'm getting to it now. I finally found the page of what the state has to say.
Wouldn't in-kind now be individual contributions?
The what?
Wouldn't in-kind now in this ordinance be individual contributions?
No, individual contributions are where I'm just gonna do my own thing. I'm not giving it to you. If I give it to you, it's yours. If I'm just doing my own thing, I'm putting signs up myself. Okay, I'm just gonna read it so it's easy. An in-kind contribution is a contribution given to a political, this is dealing with political committees, in a form other than money. Normally, there are two types of transactions that may be considered an in-kind contribution. One, a contribution given to a political committee in non-monetary form, i.e. services or property, or two, a coordinated expenditure made on behalf of a candidate, where the candidate knows of and consents to the expenditure. In-kind contributions include services, goods, and anything of value provided to the political committee. The amount of the in-kind contribution is the fair market value of the item or items at the time of contribution. Example, a person may contribute bumper stickers to a candidate's committee. The amount of the contribution equals the fair market value of the bumper stickers, or in this case, what the individual paid for the bumper stickers. It is important to remember that an in-kind contribution counts towards the donor's contribution limits. Services provided to a campaign for free or at a reduced cost will also be considered an in-kind contribution unless permitted as the individual's volunteer activity for a campaign. The contribution limits do not apply when an individual volunteers his or own time to campaign unless the individual uses personal vehicles to provide transportation instant to an election. That means driving people to the polls. An individual is not considered a volunteer when a business or other person compensates the individual directly or indirectly for working on behalf of the campaign. So if I'm paying my secretary to go knock on doors as part of her salary, that does not count, that's income.
So for example, like on a weekend, if I'm hanging out with two of my buddies and I say, hey guys, let's go knock on doors for a couple of hours, a totally voluntary thing that would not be.
Correct.
Correct.
That's totally legit, that's what's expected.
Okay,
All right, what's next? Anything else?
Anyone else?
Okay, right on time.
We're right on time.
Perfect.
Okay, so we've covered all the questions that need to be covered, so we're gonna be moving to the next portion of this thing at the council meeting. The vote comes.
So let me
Finish
summarize
the
that.
discussion.
I
Makes
think-
this good.
Any other questions that come up need to go to Jay before the workshop.
So $500 is our limit, our threshold, our thing that we've been talking about. In conjunction with that, when you're self-funding, you're still gonna file your affidavit up front, and you're gonna file your prior to the election form that shows the $500.
The expenditures.
Right.
Okay.
The spousal issue, we're gonna remove the words, I wrote it down, but it's there, like, or the candidate's spouse, meaning that they are not exempted from it.
right.
The ethics board is the consensus of the board that's still gonna deal with this. We're gonna add a provision that says no contributions after the, and I keep calling it the 7-day filing, it might not be 7 days when I look on the calendar, but no contributions after the 7-day filing prior to the election. We're saying that there is the need for a midterm report, and, when we, this is the forms, when the first form is filed, the form has to cover prior expenditures and contributions. So, meaning, if I raised money before I became a candidate, that has to be on the first form. And, section 1818, which deals with forms, is gonna basically have language that says the forms are gonna be substantially similar to those considered in Exhibit A, and Exhibit A is gonna contain the forms that were mailed in August, and I'm gonna get them back to you. That's what the consensus more or less was today. Right?
Is there a filing on election day?
Mm-mm. Not
So
till
for
after
those
the
who are
election.
self-funded and under 500, once they make that final report 7 days before, they can just spend for the last 7 days, right?
Breaking the law,
But how would it be reported?
At the end of the year.
if they are self-funded, and they don't have, if they're spending more than 500, they don't have a campaign finance account. So they can only ever spend up to 500 without having a campaign finance account.
Right.
So if you're spending more than 500
Mhm.
and you're self-funded, you still have to fill out all the forms.
Right.
That's
I'm
your
just
point.
saying there's no other report after that
7 day before.
After the
final
election.
report.
So the only people that get a pass on anything are self-funded candidates that spend less than $500. They're verifying that they're spending less than 500 7 days before the election.
Mm-hmm.
If they spend more in that 7 days, you wouldn't know about it till after the election.
Right.
Because then they have to play with the big boy rules at that point in time. They don't get the
If
pass.
they lose the election, okay, then,
They
so
still have
what?
to do it.
Okay?
They still have to do it, right?
If they lose, it's so what? If they win, then the code of ethics comes into play.
Well, you know, even documents such as the US Constitution receive amendments from time to time, so. I think we have, I think we have a good
To be
starting
perfect is not gonna work.
And obviously, as time marches on, future councils will be tasked with amending these provisions, I'm sure. And I think you've done a good job this morning. I think we've accomplished a lot in the first hour and a half. It's been very productive in my opinion. And I think we could either go through this next segment, this NPDES comment, or just maybe take a 5-minute break or 10-minute break, whatever you want to do. And I was going to take a break after. Let's take a break after the NPS discussion before we go into capital projects.
Thank you for that,
Before we do
That'll make you go.
Mr. Gallo. That was
that,
helpful.
before the,
With everything in a PowerPoint
Before the
was
capital.
perfect.
this is what I'm doing.
I appreciate that extra
All
work.
right, the NPS is not going to take long, so I think Henry's going to take this one for us.
You all got letters a month or two ago of recommendation that we move forward with this position. This position is at a request of the county, and it is part of the MOU or MOI that was signed about a year or so ago that states in there that there may be a need for an additional person to administer all of the NPDES requirements. And now that they've combined those two together, the municipal and the county, they're saying that they need this person. It's been recommended that we move forward with that from internally, and for the better part of it, most of the municipalities are also moving forward with this. How it's going to be funded, it'll be funded through the town-county agreement, and it'll just be a deduction as it is right now. We're currently funding one person in that area. It'll be 2 people now instead of 1. So it's just to give you guys a little bit of a heads up, and when our voting night, then we're going to be asking for that approval so we can send a letter to the county saying,
Just FYI, I've talked to most of the mayors, and everybody's kind of just, will be attitude to this thing. So I guess it's something we kind of agreed to a year ago when we signed the NPDES agreement.
that MOU, right.
What happens if one city decides not to do it?
Well, I don't know.
Does that mean they prorate
They
Well,
that?
that comes up a lot.
There was a,
Or he doesn't give them 1/8 of his time.
there was provisions in the original MOU, or whatever they did, one of those.
They're gonna
Yeah,
deduct
MOI.
one of
About
those.
bad
One
stuff
of
that
those
happens, that, the issue is that what happens if they do it after the project is completed in their jurisdiction? Right, you do mine first,
Right,
and I'm
gonna
done,
jump out.
and now I'm not paying anymore. And that was never really adequately addressed. Everybody's kind of in it together.
But there are, part of that MOU is basically saying that each municipality at the end of the 5-year period will have, I forget, 80% completion of their projects.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it's gonna cost us another $5,200.
Yeah.
Position sunset?
Any other comments on that? Before we get into capital projects, why don't we take a 10-minute break? And reconvene at 10 of, I guess, and then we'll start the capital projects issue.
Okay.
And there's, guess there's still some coffee and.
No.
No,
Donut holes for sure.
you didn't do that.
There's donut holes.
It's a coffee maker.
Amen.
Yeah, we can make coffee.
Capital
Of course now,
project.
because I'm there all the time.
I didn't think we had any capital project. I think we
I
had
didn't
any
either.
money.
I was gonna say, what's this about?
Well,
It's the anticipated.
well, we traditionally go through these things every year.
I wish this.
That's it. Now, when I was down at the mayor's conference, I met with Secretary Brink, who basically told me he had a conversation with you, with your request for $1 million for our belt filter press.
I thought that Angelo had done a great job at a recent council meeting to break out that capital project as something that's coming soon. And I had a minute with him, it's hard to get to him, and I did advocate for Taneytown on that.
Right. But what he told me is he's not gonna reach in his pocket and give you $1 million. And that we should go through the normal course of applying for those things through the agencies. And in this case, the belt filter press is, I've already put in for that grant several years ago, tried to get it through. And it came back. Traditionally, every January, the Maryland Department of Environment, or actually it's before that, in January, they accept those things that they consider to be low interest loans for projects. And sometimes they'll actually give not forgiving loans. We don't qualify for any of those, the forgiving portion of things. So anything that we get is always going to be of the low interest. Second of all, the belt filter press is a piece of equipment, and they do not do that. They consider that part of the normal operating replacement of equipment. So we've got a piece of equipment that we got to find the funds for of approximately $1 million. Now, having said that, one of the things that we did, and we finally got it completely in place this past budget cycle, is the no growth budget. And what the no growth budget, prior to that, what we were doing is we were putting growth into our budget, which really was skewing off the budget quite a bit from the standpoint of when the growth came in, we were spending. And what I proposed last year was that we put a budget together that basically has no growth into it, and that any growth that would come into the city would be set aside for capital projects, because we're at a point where we really cannot go out and borrow any more money. We've hit the limit, nor I don't think anybody wants to do that. So, with that being said, last year in our budget, we generated $467,880 with growth. Now, what I'm going to propose that we do with that is to restrict that money. Now, we have not restricted any growth money. That way, what we can do is, when we restrict it, very much like we have the money that's restricted for Parks and Rec. That money that comes in, that we get from growth, when that is set in an account that is restricted.
Henry, just a minute, define growth. What are you picking up when you talk about that? Just so everybody's on the same page.
A new EDU.
All right, so you're talking about the hookup fees?
Yes, all of those.
Not the
Benefit
tax, not the
assessment.
tax revenue
No,
generated
not
from
the
the
tax
project.
revenue. We're in the water and sewer account.
Okay.
And that's specifically where we're talking about, where we have the problem with,
I want to make sure everybody understood that.
right, okay. So last year, we had 35 units come online. And we had, in the water, and we had 37 units come online, which is kind of, I'm not sure how how we managed to get two that doesn't match. But in any event, that amount goes to $467,080, okay? Now, so far this year, we've amassed, $154,800 in new growth. And we're about, that's as of 2/9 of this year. So anything that we experience further will increase this number. So what I am suggesting to council is that they restrict that money. So that any growth money that comes in, goes in and gets restricted. It can only be used for capital projects, either a project or a capital purchase of equipment. Now, if we do that, and we experience the same amount of growth that we did over these 2 years, we will have close to $1 million. So we can actually get the belt filter press, not this fiscal year, but next fiscal year. So that's kind of key, and it's my suggestion that council take action to actually do that, to restrict those funds, growth funds. Because otherwise what happens is it just gets blended in with the fund, the fund balance, and gets spent. And so that's to start off with.
Now, you're just gonna restrict it to capital projects, not any specific
No, not,
program.
well,
I mean, not,
it's actually,
In other words, it could be used for water and sewer issues, or it could be used for general fund issues.
no,
no,
No. no.
No, capital funds,
Only-
what
We're
Angelo is
talking-
asking is, can the particular capital fund to be determined?
Yeah, you're not gonna say,
This is for the
we're
belt press.
restricting it for the
Right.
belt press.
No,
And then
I'm
we're
not.
gonna
That's
do,
right.
we're gonna do another one to restrict the
Because
dump truck.
something else could
No.
come up
Okay,
that's.
just-
No, what I'm saying is to
General.
restrict it so that you could use it for things like the belt filter press. Or you could
Or
use
a
it for,
dump truck,
Right.
or
well, the dump truck probably not,
something.
because that's
But
all
I mean,
fun.
just
That would be,
But
that's in
renovating
fund
the
one.
water tower.
something else like that.
Right,
Yeah.
right,
Water towers,
Right.
right.
right, because we've got a lot of projects in that,
Right,
in
okay.
that arena that needs funding, that we don't have a source for the funding other than borrowing. And, it is my opinion that we've got to stop borrowing.
Borrowing.
And this is a way that we talked about this about a year ago, but what we haven't done is set up that restriction so that the funds get restricted and can't be touched. They don't get absorbed.
See, I thought we had said, but apparently not. You said capital projects.
Right.
But we didn't really put it in.
We talked about it, but we have,
We didn't do it.
but the aspect of the financial portion
Right.
has not been done.
Okay,
We budgeted it, but we didn't set up the special restriction.
Right.
okay.
Right, so that works very much like the park impact fees that we get coming in, they are restricted. And it's, again, in
Or
that
the
park,
highway user revenues we get from the
Right.
state. Say,
well, that's not restricted, other than,
Yes, it is.
it's restricted by usage, but it's not in our accounting system, not restricted. So, yeah, let's talk about that a second.
We gotta fill out a report about that.
Right, but that's fund one, not fund two. Okay, so that's gonna be my recommendation, that council take action on doing that. That's important, that otherwise, we won't have that money, dedicated for those kinds of projects.
Consider that. I mean, in the past, I've not been a big proponent for that. I've kind of gone with the preference to council. But there's other sides to that too. So that, I mean, we're not gonna take any action today, but this is a suggestion that you may wanna think about. Think of the ramifications. Well, what if we don't restrict it? What would be the consequences? Or what could we, would it be better if we did or we didn't? Those are the questions you gotta answer yourself. And again, Henry's position, and I guess my position too, I'm not too far off of this position, is that we do need to plan for capital projects, we do need to, make sure we have funds there to pay for them. We do it, we don't need to borrow the money to do it, if we don't have to. And that's, there are some of the consequences. The other consequences are is that, the funds could be used for the budget, or they could be used for lowering expenses and operating the facilities that we have, so.
Well,
That's the other,
that goes against the zero.
that goes
Growth
against, that's right,
budgeting.
that's what I'm telling you. But, so there's two sides of it, I mean, you do one or the other, and, or maybe a combination. So it's something we need to consider, and again, like I said, I'm not too far off Andrew's position. I used to be a lot further off, I used to be just opposed to it. But I've come around, and I'm telling you this, because there's more than one side to the coin. But the fact that we do have a considerable debt burden that we're trying to pay, it behooves us not to borrow any more money if we don't have to. So how do we get the money to do the stuff we have to do? This is the way we do that, so.
Yeah. Well, I've always been opposed to putting growth in the budget. And then my rationale for opposition to putting growth in the budget is that if you put the money in the budget, you tend to spend it. And the other side of the coin, and we experienced that several years ago when we were doing this, and this is what really stimulated me to really think of this over again, is when growth stopped, and when it stopped, like, several years ago, our budget was in the hole. It was way in the hole because we didn't have money.
That's something that we Americans weren't used to, is a economic downturn like we experienced in 2008. For the last 8 years, we have been operating on our reserves, quite frankly. And because our property values, our constant tax rate has not generated the income we need to operate the city. So we've been dipping into savings to do that. That was the big discussion we had when we talked about the water sewer rates. That's a big discussion we had when we talked about the general fund. So all of this has to be balanced together, all of it works together, although it's in different pockets, different slots. It all comes together as in the budget, which we're gonna be talking about in another month or so. Less than a month. And, good news we've received is that the constitutional tax rate this year will generate more funds than it did the previous year, so that's kind of a bright spot in all of this, but it doesn't affect what Henry's talking about at all.
Right, that's a different budget.
Yep.
What I'm going to pass out now is this is sticking to the same budget, the same fund.
Does this come apart?
Is that whole packet or?
Well, they should, let's see, they must have got stuck together. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
and that's, okay. And this is another one. Let me get all of these at least. And then,
Whoa, look at that thing.
then we have another one. These are the three capital projects that is in the Fund 2 side, water and sewer side. Okay? Actually, this one is not. There's only two. The lights are not in Fund 2. Right, first thing I guess we could do this to talk about is, Rick has requested that we put in a generator, a portable generator. And, currently, No, I'm sorry, this is the jetter. He changed.
I was gonna
He
say,
changed one.
is that another name for?
No, he changed one.
Okay.
It's the jetter. And what we do, what this piece of equipment does, is it goes, we have a program where it's a maintenance program where, you know, 1/3 of the city every year is inspected. And how that inspection happens is we go through the sewer line with this jetter and clean out the sewer lines with that. That allows us to, you know, remove all the gunk and stuff that's in that particular line. And then after we do that, we put a camera into the lines and we videotape those lines. And there's two things that happen. And one is that if we find something that is of immediate need, we repair it at that time. If not, then what we do is we take the other ones and move it into the budget, the operating budget for next year. So this is a piece of equipment that's, you know, integral to our ability to do that program. And the benefit of that program is that if we do 1/3 of the city every year, we get reduced rates on legit as far as liability insurance. So that's the purpose of this piece of equipment. And again, that's $32,000.
Is that a want or a need?
Well, it's a replacement.
Well, I
So
know that.
that-
I know that.
that
I mean,
falls-
is the other one not working properly? Do we have a lot of repairs? Is it?
Yes,
What's
yes, the
issue
current
with that?
unit, yes. Answer to all the above is yes. Now, you can see one of the things they're gonna do is upgrade it from a 2,000 PSI to a 4,000.
You know, I guess that was the question, that prompted the question. Is that the ultimate goal, to increase from 2,000 PSI to 4,000 PSI? Or is it to save expenses and repairing the one that we're currently operating
It's-
with?
You know, it's to save that. I don't know, you know, I asked Rick to put the age on it, but he didn't. I don't
It's
see
kind of
it.
a
Mid-90s.
good
Mid-nineties,
information,
okay.
good information to kind of get the maintenance history on the thing, see if we're spending a lot of money on it.
Right.
If we can.
Okay. There's no action required today, this is just, you know, a more of an informational, when we get to the budget, that's when the final decision that you guys will be making on this.
And probably the life expectancy of this thing, I mean,
Right.
it was in the 90s, maybe, you know, the unit's only built to last 20 years or so.
Right.
The 97 Ford Ranger pickup with 315,000 miles on it runs just fine.
My expedition tour.
Alright,
And it didn't cost $45,000.
this one here, the next one is $45,000, it's rather expensive, it's for a truck,
32,000, excuse me.
45.
Oh, he's talking about his
Oh.
I'm
comment.
talking about my truck,
Oh,
not your truck.
alright. Now, in the past, what we've done with these pieces of equipment here, this one is, we've used her money to buy these vehicles with.
Mm.
And the real issue with, you know, is the amount of money that we get from her really isn't sufficient to actually do any of the road repair that's needed. But these vehicles are getting pretty old. And we're out, you know, and they're subjected to, you know, all the salt. And when you look at a vehicle, it's like, it doesn't look bad on the outside, but it's being eaten up with salt. So, maybe we, you know, on this one here, if we really look at it, we could probably see how much it would cost to do a replacement of the bed. you know, just typically those trucks, you can pull them off and put another one on. But Rick was suggesting that we get a new one since the mileage is up around $100,000. I mean,
I
$100,000.
doubt it.
So, that's,
That's on a 04, so
About a
that's
third-
not
It's
bad.
about a third worn out, that is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's
Right.
what's the resale possibility of that vehicle then?
we auction,
Okay, that's
yeah.
okay.
Anything that we do with vehicles, police vehicles, or any vehicles we have, we put them to auction.
What about the jetter that we're replacing? Would there any chance of selling that to another municipality, or
They might be really desperate.
they might be really
Yeah,
desperate?
I was
That's
gonna
the
say
thing.
to one that had none.
Yeah, the one that had none,
None.
probably, that's.
Yeah.
Or in worse shape than that.
I remember a municipality about 25 years ago bought a used belt filter press that's still in operation.
And it's still running.
That's right.
That's where they got this one.
One man's junk is another man's
Yeah,
treasure.
well, that's true, but, you know, in our case, that's really gotten to the other side.
It doesn't hurt to put the offer out there.
No, you know, we can always advertise that, that's not a big deal.
How would you
Okay.
like if you spend a 30-year life in this sewer?
Rick's giving me two of the same thing. Okay, anyway, this next thing he's got with the lighting is actually in Fund 1, and not Fund 2. But we got, you know, we're applying for another grant with MEA, and our portion of this particular project would be about $3,500. So it's a grand total, we're expecting about a $45,000 grant, and we've been very successful in the past getting these grants. Now, not to confuse this lighting, this is the second piece of the lighting. We've already got the first piece going, so this is like in addition to that.
That's money
So,
we'll probably
if
be
we
able to
keep-
cover in cost savings there.
Well, if we keep going this way, we'll get the whole city replaced at a very small price.
After this, how much of the city would still need to be replaced?
Well, we're just scratching it, we're
Right.
not, you know,
I mean, is this
an
10% of it, you think?
no, I think it's even less than that.
Just an interesting
How many
sidebar.
streetlights are there? This says 60.
Well, that,
No,
Well, that's.
this would be
this
to
is-
replace 60 of them.
I don't know how many we have. I haven't gone out and counted that many.
Just an interesting sidebar, I had a guy come in the office I was a contractor for Potomac Edison last week, and look around my office and take pictures, and I said, well, what's up? He said, oh, we'd like to replace your fluorescent lights with LED lights. And I said, well, I'm not the owner, you have to talk to the landlord. Oh, this is free. And they've been, no, seriously.
He immediately took you
All
home.
through the downtown, they've gone into all the businesses and are replacing the fluorescent lights with LED lights for no charge. And I talked to Keith Reed about that. I said, Keith, you already back there? Oh yeah, about a year and a half ago they came and they changed all the lights in my apartment. It's the same way. It didn't cost me a dime. So that's kind of weird, isn't it?
Well, why can't they do that to our streetlights?
Well, you know, if you will recall, Potomac Edison did that about, I don't know, 8-10 years ago. They sent everybody a homeowner,
Mm-hmm.
and then they
Is
put it on
Is
the
that all you,
bill.
this
Right.
curly little light bulb?
Right.
And
Yeah,
then they charged you for it.
yeah, then they put it on your bill.
But they stopped doing
Well,
They took them
because we
30% of your bills.
We got a credit back on our bills. Okay. That covers
it.
that.
Any questions on those capital projects?
Now, we're assuming the belt presses are done.
No, no, this is not even on the table. We don't have the money for it.
Okay, so these you're assuming.
These are assuming you
we're
guys
gonna
are gonna
have the
fund
money.
it.
Okay,
You guys are gonna fund this.
okay.
So, now we go, we've got two projects that have been submitted by the IT department.
guys did this on purpose.
Listener?
The big type,
Huh?
what, the large type?
No. The first one, the alarm system. The reason I say they did it on purpose, okay? I came in the building this morning and,
The alarm one.
no, the policeman was out the front door when I
see.
came out of the back office. He said, "We have an alarm." I said, "Gee, Henry's been here. Let's go talk to Henry." It didn't work.
That's why. Well,
So they set it up for us.
I don't know, it would have been that easy.
Yeah, right.
Well, you know, this alarm system that we have in this building is fairly old. As a matter of fact, they were in here just this past week to replace some batteries in there that was causing us some problems. And so what this would do is this project would do is take care of upgrading the current system that we have in this building, plus doing the annex building that has no security to it at all. And we would all be on the same security system that the police department has. So you have a fob, and that one fob, it will get you into any of the buildings if you have the access. So, and that's that's really the project there.
Would it still require a code, or would the fob deactivate the system?
No, you still get the code. You'd have to do both, fob and code. Well, actually, I need to check on that, because I know at the police department I don't need.
I say most systems now, the key fob deactivates the system.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check with Dan on that, because I do, you're right, because the police department, I just use a fob.
Right.
And the next project is something that's been sort of on the back burner for a while, and now we're bringing it to the forefront. It actually has some, we started this project, you know, before Dan came on board with the other IT person that we had. And we got to a point then when Dan came on board, I kind of set it aside because he had too much on his plate just learning. So now what this project, the description of the project is that everyone will get a tablet, and all your documentation that we send out, put together in those packets, like that, will be replaced by a tablet.
Another
Another one, what?
one. Got one for another place.
Oh.
I'll have to label them.
Well, then you're very familiar with how that all works.
Yeah.
And you know, and maybe we might consider, if the other organization doesn't mind, we can incorporate all in one, so you don't have to have two. But basically what happens is that, you know, our current process, and I think the expert is sitting here with us, Clara. She'd like to explain what it takes to put the monthly packet together. I will let her, if she cares to do so.
Sure. Basically, I just get emails from department heads and from our city attorney, and anything that's needed for the packets, and I make copies for everybody, and then assemble your notebooks based on that. Depending on what's going on, sometimes it does take a lot of paper, and I know you guys are seeing that in your packets. Sometimes they're quite large. Our treasurer, her reports are probably the biggest. I don't know if you have any questions about that.
I like them. It's well
Do you
done.
like you like the paper
It's well
copies?
done. It's all well done.
Well, we're not talking about the reports, we're talking about.
Just not making them on paper.
Just not
Paper.
making,
I mean, it is a lot of
Going
paper.
paper.
And it's a lot of your time. I mean, this could be done significantly less
I
time.
mean, I basically, kind of have everything all laid out downstairs, as I get reports in, and the resolutions and anything, anything that someone needs in the packet. It is time consuming, honestly, and it is a lot of paper.
You know, there's.
not to mention that somebody delivers them.
That's true.
There's all kinds of costs associated with getting these packets out. And then, on top of that, one thing that's always concerned me, and my answer to it is hoarding, actually, but what do you do with the papers after you're done? There's a lot of stuff you just don't wanna throw in the trash. And, you know, it may not be confidential, it may not be, it might be public information, but it's still stuff you don't want blowing around the streets if the trash can gets dumped over. So, you know, this is another way to control that issue, that security issue that we sometimes have. So it's, it's 2016 for Pete's sakes, I mean, you know.
Everybody just needs to have Wi-Fi, and we'll be pushing it right to you.
Well, and eventually we're gonna have the Wi-Fi net over the city, right?
Yes, and I talked to Dan about that.
Right.
The issue with that is you know, is everybody within line of sight? Yeah, it's a line of sight system.
Is it? Okay.
So if you're not, well, even the Wi-Fi is a line of sight type thing, but
Mhm.
it depends on where you sit, whether everybody is, we could, if everybody is in line of sight. That would be.
So all the cameras at Memorial Park will be line of sight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So, that's the projects. And these projects will be incorporated into the budget, and then at budget time, it's either take it in, leave it in, or put it out, take it out. So,
Can we get, is it any way to get a cost comparison for, what she does, like paper, I don't know, maintenance of the copier kind of thing, what it takes monthly
yeah,
Well, I mean,
versus,
if you've got 5 or 6 hours a month, you got 3 reams of paper, and then you stop and add about all the other stuff, does that
you know,
5 or 6?
ballpark figure.
right.
That should be easy to figure out.
Well, I like it in the
And, I mean, I like this, but should somebody say, well, we're not gonna do it, we need to know
Right.
what we're foregoing.
Right.
Yeah, I like being
You
able to
know-
take a piece of paper like this and put it on the scanner, send it to somebody. I would hate to get rid of the paper.
You can always print it out.
I guess
Yeah, you
there's
can print it.
no issue about being able to print from your tablet, I mean, you can do that
Yeah.
if you want to.
They'd probably be in PDFs that you could just email.
Right.
You wouldn't even have to
You
scan.
can email it or print it.
Is there a plan for like the council meetings themselves then?
What do you mean?
Like, now we don't have paper at the meetings, and so now the public, are we still printing out paper for the
For the
public?
public.
Or are we gonna have a screen where the same package can just be reviewed, kinda like we did with my presentation?
Well, typically, the only thing we put out for the public is
Yeah.
ordinances.
Is it?
Right.
Okay.
Ordinances and agenda, that's,
they're on
And we
the
only make-
website, too.
And it's
a
on the
couple copies
we
of
website.
don't
those.
make that many copies of that.
You know, MML recently added an amazing board down in their conference room that would be down for legislative committee, or I guess any other committee that meets there for that matter. Everything's on the screen. I mean, we go through one at a time, and it's really very helpful. And that's something else maybe for next year we ought to be thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, you go to conferences now, and if you got a tablet, you can download all the conference material before you even get there.
Right.
They don't even
Right.
hand it out anymore.
And if there's last minute changes, you have them. You don't have to worry about getting another piece of paper.
Exactly.
Or finding
Well,
out.
the tablets that were also.
Forgetting the big revised version or something.
And the tablets, the things that we're getting was also allows you to make notes right on it.
Yeah.
You know, you download an app and you print them off on your home printer, I mean, or your office printer, it's not an issue, you do that,
Right.
if you want paper.
It'll be it'd be more of a savings to us materially in paper and things like that, but the labor savings on that would be, it takes a lot to do it. Especially since when you consider what happens is that, the documents come in typically in electronic form, and we print them out. So, and then make copies of them, so we can put them in the binders. Sort
Right.
of like going backwards, yeah, sort of like going backwards on that one.
You know, how much will we save on toner, how much will we
Yeah.
save
Yeah.
on copier issues.
Right,
you know,
right.
Things of that, the thing goes on and on and on.
Yeah, and actually, there is another municipality that's, we're not new at this, this is not, I'm not creating a new wheel here.
I know Heritage Grace does this, and Aberdeen too.
And, several years ago, some of the reports, there's like significant savings in just paper alone. So,
Save a tree.
save a tree. Okay,
There's, you need Wi-Fi, right?
right,
Which right now I don't have.
okay.
We, in April,
You don't have Wi-Fi.
no. I got one computer, it's upstairs, everything is nice and works. Got a printer connected to it, okay? I'm using Google Chrome on Vista.
Right.
Come April, they're no longer gonna support it. Google isn't gonna support Chrome on Vista. So I'm looking to going
You
to,
got Vista?
Windows 10.
It's called an upgrade.
Huh?
It's called an upgrade.
to what?
Not an operating system.
He was the
Anything
last
but.
one I
What I'm
did.
going to, what I'm probably gonna go to is whatever the hell they call it, that does not allow any download. Which is fine with me, which is perfect, okay? It won't be able to print because it requires a wireless printer, but I will have Wi-Fi,
Yeah,
because it requires that.
so you have Wi-Fi.
Okay.
then.
So I'll have my computer for doing anything offline, and I'll have this other nice little handy thing for checking my email.
Okay. Well, the worst case scenario, there's two solutions. If no
Oh
one
yeah, I can
has,
come here and pick it up.
I was gonna say, Claire, you have, I was gonna say, you
And
have to print one.
So all you have to do is park out front and hit the
I was
Wi-Fi.
gonna say that, park out front.
When you drive by,
And stop by
just make
McDonald's.
Sure you drive
Hey.
by.
And you go to Panera all the time, they got Wi-Fi.
I know. Well, I get a kick out of, boy, there was a guy there yesterday, I'm telling you, how they put up with it, I don't know.
Was he a screenplay writer?
He sat there and he worked for a good 3 hours. I mean, he worked. He
Oh,
wasn't
yeah.
doing research. He had his machine set up, he had his phone, and he's directing people at work for him what to do.
And he probably
From
sat,
inside Panera
and he
Bread.
probably sat
And you
where he
had
could
talking about
plug it in,
experience,
He
right?
had,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
plugged
said,
in, used their
plug it in.
electricity. He bought a large, I give him credit for that, probably. And I don't know how many times he filled it up, but the whole time he was there, he did work.
Angela, we're all paying for it.
Yeah, I know that.
Not what Panera charges.
Sounds like you have a little bit of expertise sitting in the back there. But there are solutions
Oh, yeah, I know.
if you don't
Yeah.
have it as
Right.
well. you know.
Well, I'll manage.
I'm trying not
It's
to
not that long.
go further into that solution.
Right.
Well, I mean, the Brad's thing. If you're not in the line of sight, then we can put something up at your house that you can get to the line of sight if you're allowed to do that by the HOA. It starts to get a little.
We'll get you online one way or another.
Yeah,
Even if you have to drive by,
I was gonna say, sit
You go-
out-
I don't live
sit
that far
outside
from
my
you, you could
house.
always come hang out with me.
take it with you when you go to church,
Right.
and then by the time you make the 2 passes by, you will have
I take the back
In the
road.
parking lot, download the meeting next week.
I take the back
Oh,
road.
he does take that. Well, stop at McDonald's. I think they have free.
Yeah, they have.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right, Henry, what else?
Well, actually, I'm done. With the capital stuff. I mean, these are the projects that we are putting in the budget. I'll get some additional information prior to that, and really want you to think about the first thing I mentioned was restricting the funds, and that takes council action to do that. And like we did with the parks, and just like that.
Right.
It doesn't take much to do it. But by the same token, how that works is, once it's in restricted, and nobody can touch that money except for city council. They're the only ones that can release that money. So if a project comes to, and they're asking, requesting funds from that budget, then the council releases it. So it takes action to get it in, it takes action to get it out, and then nobody can touch it. And that's-
Over
Alright.
time, how much trouble would it be to come up with the future list
a future list of all the capital out projects,
of things we'd like to do, okay?
I just didn't want to overwhelm you today.
I mean,
We don't need this much
He
detail,
wants
but at
a-
least a list and a
To-
price.
A complete wish
Yeah.
to
list.
include things like,
I got a spreadsheet that has all that in
to include things
there. I'm giving
like
it to you.
sleeving sewers,
Right.
you know, stuff like that.
But that's the things we haven't even thought about.
No, but that's things we gotta think about, you know, the older parts that are, you know, the older it gets, we start sleeving a little bit at a time. Put the money away for that, replacing the ancient water lines,
Oh, yeah.
or semi-ancient.
If
The
you-
ancient ones we replaced,
The
now
thing
we're
that
after
you're
the
talking about,
semi-ancient.
you know, what you're
Things like
talking-
that, so.
Yes, and what you're talking about, Angelo, is something that we need to face for the future.
That's what I mean.
And what I mean by that is that it's an overwhelming number to some degree. Because if you take a look at when communities started to develop in this city, you know, the real major development started like in the late 70s. And we can start off with like Cloverberry. That's the oldest development that we have in the city. That's probably 40-some years old now. So we need to take a look at things like, what is the sewer lines, you know, they're terracotta. You know, they're not gonna last.
That's why we gotta start
Right.
sleeving.
Well, yeah. And so you can just jump from community to community to community with that same kind of thing. And it becomes somewhat overwhelming if you take a look at, you know, like here, even in the United States, the infrastructure with like transportation infrastructure, boy, it's in a whole big hole. And what's happening to us is with the, this sounds very political, but it's true, with the cutback that the HUR funding has done, and that's highway user revenue for those who don't understand that was significantly cut back for 4 or 5 years. Now, it's great to hear that they're gonna try and restore it. They're gonna take 4 or 5 years to restore it as well. The problem is
You're not getting the old money back.
well, that's not only that, but the problems that existed at that point in time, 10 years ago, is
Are
still
compounding.
there. It's compounding.
Right.
As we go through the years, they're compounding. And to do things like, and we do have a list and some estimates on roads, like the one section of Roberts Mill, over $100,000 to replace, you know, some of the things in Roberts Mill. And that's, you know, the grinding machine, taking it all up, redoing the base and the wear coat. Yeah, we're talking $100,000, and it's not that much. So, we've got enormous infrastructure costs that are, you know, 5-10 years down the road, but they're coming.
I think it'd be nice to start laying that out. You know, we saw the pipes, the water pipes that came out of the ground during streetscape. Oh, I'm telling you, they're bad. Not, you know, bad's a good word.
Yeah, and now they're the older ones, they were 50-some years old.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we're getting other parts of the
I
city
know,
that are
but
there.
that is my point, we're getting to that in other places too.
Well, you probably have that on Middle. We didn't replace that.
Yeah.
You know, you got them on all the side streets off.
Well, in Old Town.
Off 140,
You're talking about
yeah,
Old
right.
Town. But we, you know, as far as like water pipes, we do have a handle on the amount of water mains that are old. And we can probably start
Yeah,
again.
start looking at, you know,
start
stuff
looking
like
at-
that. Let's get a base
Right.
cost of, you know, what we're gonna have to do in the next,
But then,
or we should be doing.
yeah, See, we do have that, but then it gets to, what we have to do is assign some sort of a priority to it. Because, you've got, there's two things in there, priority and money, funding, the ability to fund that project. So, yeah, we do have it, we have been working on it, and it's growing every day.
Well, it's a good list to look at. We used to have a 5-year capital improvement.
But this is way more than a 5-year
You
capital.
know, well, that's a good place to start, is what I'm
Yep.
saying.
Right. We, Westview Drive.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, that's,
Westview Drive, we'd like to be able to do that. Again, it's the money aspect of it.
Yeah.
Because that street, the history of that street, that was done by city workers at the time, who, in my humble opinion, didn't know what they were getting into, and didn't have the capability to do the blasting that was required. And so the pipes and stuff that are sitting out there are sitting high, and they're also sitting on rock. So therefore, the history of that road is at least 2 times in the past year, we've had water main breaks. We had a third one just very recently. So, like I said, eventually what we're gonna have is patches to patches to patches all the way down that road. And that's just the water, that's not even the sewer.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll jump off my
All right,
soapbox.
well, let's move on to our next project here. It's the Shining City. No Vigliani.
Okay.
You ready? You need time to set
I-
up? What is
He's
it?
gonna
Maybe
need,
like a All right, well, first of all, thank you everybody for your patience and for bearing with me through that. All right, so over the last couple of years, quite wrongly, that we've taken a hit in terms of our reputation and the perception of us, right? Everybody looks at us as some backwards hick town with a bad crime problem, right? And so when people move to this town, or when they consider putting a business in this town, the question that Nancy, I'm sure all of you at some point, and I know myself, have invariably been asked is, why Taneytown, right? Why Taneytown? Why a little place like Taneytown in the middle of nowhere, right? So in presenting this to you, the question I want to pose to you at this particular second, and let's change it a little bit, let's make it why America, right? And there's a point to this. Okay? So we ask ourselves, why America? Why does anybody come to this country? Why does anybody want to live and work and raise a family or a business in this country? And then we have to go back all the way to the beginning, to 1630, to Massachusetts Bay Colony Governor John Winthrop, who said, "We must always consider that we shall be as a city upon a hill. The eyes of all people are upon us." Right?
I thought Ronald Reagan said that.
We're getting there. So what did Winthrop mean? When Winthrop said this, he essentially was saying that we approach God as we will, we live our lives as we will, we follow our dreams as we will, we make our dreams come true as we will, and we live as an example to the world, right? And now to the mayor's point, no less than 4 of our presidents over the last century have directly quoted Winthrop because they realized that the shining city that was supposed to be Massachusetts Bay Colony was the entire country, right? Was America at large. So then you have to ask yourself, right? Well, we know what makes America in terms of its ideals, its values, its ethics, right? But what physically makes up this country? And the answer is simple, right? We have cities, the towns, the communities, and the people. Now, in the late 1820s, in a book published in 1835, Blessed de Tocqueville, a French political theorist and writer, visited this country, and when he traveled throughout what was then the United States, he was amazed at how this country functioned community by community. And indeed, what he noted was that the town or the tithing, as the smallest division of a community, must necessarily exist in all nations. Local assemblies of citizens constitute the strength of free nations. So in other words, right, you have a place like Taneytown that is essentially America. And that's what we've got to approach this as, is that Taneytown is America, right? And so what we need to remind people is what we want to do is we want to stir the hearts and minds of every person who lives and works in this town and to awaken the dreamer in all of them. It doesn't matter how young or how old they are, whether they're starting out or starting over, whether they're raising families or building businesses. This is the place for them to do that. This is home. This is America. And with that, I give to you the Shining City of Taneytown Community Incentives Campaign. Now, this is something I threw together in 5 minutes in Photoshop, so doesn't have to be a final logo. If you hate this, let me know. It's really not a big deal, right? So essentially, at this point now, we've talked about how, America at large is a shining city on a hill, and it's made up of communities. So we ourselves are a shining community. We are a shining city. So then we have to ask ourselves, well, what makes us that city on a hill, right? Obviously, the people in this town, right? I mean, I look at my next door neighbors, for example, and I look at them as second parents to me, right? The sense of community, right? The small town feel. You go to the grocery store, you're going to run into 10 people that you know, hands down, easy, right? The fact that, what was it? I think it was 2 years ago, Mayor, we were voted one of the safest cities in the state. We were one of the top 10 safest cities in the state, right? A large part of that is because we have such a dedicated police force. I mean, I cannot tell you how many people have complimented the police when speaking about them to me, right? The fact that location is where we are, right? We have Westminster southeast of us. We have Gettysburg to the north of us. We have Frederick kind of to the southwest of us, right? So we have this amazing location where we have all this potential, right? If we want to get away for the day to a place like Frederick, or if we want to go even further to Washington, Annapolis, Baltimore, right? We can do that, but our location, we're kind of like a holdout in this part of the community, or this part of the state, and that's something that's important, right? Then, of course, we have different groups and organizations in town, like James House, Mission of Mercy, right? We have 10 churches that do a variety of charitable things in this town. We have organizations devoted to business, such as the Main Street Association, our Chamber of Commerce, and the businesses themselves are incredible. Then you have local, organizations like the Lions Club. We have an emerging arts community now that our first, I don't know who has received an invitation yet for the inaugural art exhibition over at Vintage Colors next month, right? In addition to that, we have a distinct history in this town, right? George Washington slept here. We were almost the Battle of Gettysburg. Our rubber factory produced rubber of such a quality that it compelled President Eisenhower to visit us in a helicopter, right? And in addition to that, we have beautiful parks and we have a myriad of events. For example, our last Wine, Art, and Jazz Festival last summer, I met 2 couples who had come here all the way from Colombia for this, right? Because they loved all these things. They've read about all these different things online, and they said, wow, what kind of a community is this? This is a place I want to go spend my Saturday at, right? So, bearing all of these things in mind, I mean, these are all the incredible things this town offers, and bearing all of these things in mind, right, the Shining City campaign's primary goals are going to be to restore pride and faith in Taneytown. We want to destroy that conception that we're this backwoods, uncultured, unsophisticated hick town with a bad crime rate, right? We want to destroy that because it's not true. So we're going to be doing that by enhancing Taneytown's image both physically and perceptually, right? And this is a process that's going to be involving residents and businesses alike in the improvement of the town's image, because we're going to be giving them a real stake in the future of the town. Now, we're going to be doing that through a process of beautification of buildings and properties by the owners themselves through incentives. Everybody will remember our retreat from last year at this time, right? We were discussing a number of ways to go about beautifying the community, and I believe it was Diane who brought up the point that the town offers incentives, but so does the county, so does the state, national level. There are incentives as well, right? So by letting people know about these sorts of things and by engaging the community to involve themselves in the community and to invest in the community, right? By placing emphasis on community events and then going out to the people themselves in the community, right? For example, let's say Angela rescues a kitten from a 30-foot tree, right? This is something worthy of promoting, right? So we want to say, through our Facebook, through every means we can. Look, we've got an amazing citizen in Angelo, right? And he ought to be congratulated for the efforts that he made, right?
But that tree keeps getting bigger every time you tell the story.
I can give you an example of somebody that did something like that.
Oh, well, yeah.
Okay? Carol Vista, the geese, the ducks, right?
Mm-hmm.
The mother duck's got a whole bunch, 8 or 10, 12 of them behind her, right? She crosses the grate.
Oh, yeah.
all 10 or 12 of them in the grade, right?
Uh-huh.
We called the police, somebody called the police, the policeman came over, they lift the grate up between everybody because those damn things are heavy.
Mhm.
And he climbed down, they rescued all 12 of them and got them back to the mother, and the mother wandered off heading for a swimming pool. But yes, one of the policemen did that.
You see, that's amazing. That's exactly what,
Yeah,
you know, that's exactly the stuff I'm
Nice
talking
looking,
about.
right?
And that's the stuff we need to be promoting on our Facebook page, on our website. We, send the photographs into local news organizations. Somebody snapped a picture of, getting the ducks out of the sewer, right? But I mean, it's silly, but it also reinforces the image that we are a small, friendly town, right? So in terms of the incentives themselves, how are we going to go about facilitating that and getting people involved, right? We devote a page of the city's website which is going to provide information, links specifically about the incentives, right? We provide it so that if they want to print it out, they can do that as well. And every time, a new incentive comes up, the state says, okay, if somebody wants to do landscaping, all right? These are the grants that we have available for it this month. We add a link to their website through our own. People can follow the link, they find the application, they apply. It facilitates it, right? First of all, what it involves is just the citizen themselves saying, look, I want to fix up my property, right? They improve the community at large, and then because of the grants and the incentives that we're able to facilitate and direct them toward, they're saving themselves money in the process. So it's a win-win situation for everybody. It's not the government saying, you have to do this. It's the government saying, this is how we can help you achieve what you want to do with your property, right? So the other thing that we talked about last year too was, all right, so somebody has gone around and fixed up their property, their business, whatever the case is. This is where the mayor comes into play, right? At this point, we hand out certificates and awards. For maybe somebody has the most improved property all around, or maybe someone's got the best historic restoration, right? So what we do is we have anybody who's fixed up their property over the course of the year write into City Hall and say, hey, this is what we've done. So the mayor gets together with the panel of judges that he'll choose. They'll go around, they'll look at everything, and they'll rate it, right? Now, the awards and the awards or the rewards that we hand out, these are all going to be locally based rewards to continue to foster a sense of community involvement, right? So, for example, right, let's say Brad plants a beautiful rose garden, right? And the mayor says, this is the best rose garden I've seen out of anywhere in town. You get a reward for this, right? So maybe Brad gets a gift certificate to Stonehouse Cakery, right? Or maybe he gets like a free lesson in curves or something, right? And the point is that, the rewards that we're offering, we're getting people involved in the beautification of the community, improving the image, the perception of the community, and everything they do, right, in terms of the rewards that they receive, going right back into the community. It's all totally community oriented, right? And when this happens, right, we have so many different avenues to publicize this, right? We've got our Facebook, we've got the website, we've got Taneytown Record, we've got all these amazing local news organizations, right, that can carry stories about this, right? And when fellow citizens see that, hey, the good work that Angelo did rescuing the cat out of the tree, or that Brad did with his rose garden, they get inspired themselves to do stuff as well, right?
Joe,
Yes.
are you taking comments now, or?
I'm almost done.
Oh, okay.
So now the interesting thing is that over the past year, we've already done a number of amazing things that are leading to this campaign now, right? Mayor Jim McCarron, Mayor Jim has told us how many times he's had to sit across the street from the Chinese food restaurant and wish the building would be fixed up, right? Just last month, or this month actually, Mayor Pro Tem Diane Foster's Revitalization Act amendment, Councilman Brad Wance's provisional stay of enforcement on sidewalks, right? People see that businesses have all these amazing products that are on display on the sidewalk now. It's inviting. People want to step into the buildings themselves, right? Councilman Frazier a couple months ago was talking about how we could best protect trees and natural elements springing up in new developments like Meadowbrook, right? Or Councilman Zambetti with his interest in handling vacant properties over the past year. My own interest in making sure that for example, zoning is safe in this town, because we're a family-oriented town. And when you have all of this stuff coming together through the Shining City campaign, you come back again to the final point that Taneytown is home, right? And so invariably, when somebody says, hey, I'm thinking about relocating to Taneytown, either my home or my business, right? They're going to be asking you the question, why Taneytown? And with all of this that we're taking together here, we simply respond rhetorically, Why not? And that's it.
Good job.
Mhm.
Joe, can you back your slides
Sure.
up to the incentives?
Sure.
Oh, one more,
One more.
the reward. Oops.
Or do you want to go
I
forward?
don't know.
That?
There you go.
Okay.
That's the
it.
page we're looking at.
Years ago, we used to do some things like this, and we probably needed to reinitiate those things. For example, we had picked like the best industry, best business, and stuff like that, and we would give an award for that. It was a plaque, and I think if you go around to some of the businesses, they still display them. They're very proud of those things.
Mhm.
I think that's an area that we probably could revisit again. And one of the other things that I know that I've done in the past was we don't reward or recognize even our volunteers.
Right.
Right.
And what
That's what I was gonna
we used to do was, when we had the pool, we used to have a pool party. But, it was just a night to, give out little certificates, provide finger food and stuff like that, and let people know that we were thanking them in some small way for their efforts in volunteering in the community. And I think we need to revisit that and maybe go back to that.
That's a good idea. That is
We had a
phenomenal.
luncheon, what, 3 years ago?
Yeah, we had one since you had a
At
poll.
Roberts Mill, yeah,
Yeah,
and it just.
the mayor handed out certificates, volunteer recognition.
Right.
That's a great idea.
It should be,
Okay.
it should be a ceremony, it should be a real
Right, it
event.
was.
It was a
Dignitaries
ceremony.
invited,
You
it
know,
should be a
we
big
did-
deal.
Yes,
Yeah,
And
for
we
many
need
years.
to get back on track, and
This is what's
an
gonna do it.
impetus to do that.
Yeah.
The idea, the certificates and awards, that's one thing. The present, they have a ceremony and present somebody a certificate or those Taneytown jackets that they
That's
all
where I got
wear.
mine.
That's where we got,
That's where we got.
yes.
Was it for the kitten that you got yours?
And-
It was a
but-
panther.
But it goes, I think what Joe's talking about goes beyond that.
Mhm.
And that's actually having a little plaque that you can put in that rose garden or on your building or in front of your
Right.
business, say, you see these tacky banners, Best in Carroll. Well, it's something similar to that.
Oh.
Well, they are tacky, I'm sorry.
But they got your
Something
attention.
more subdued and a little bit more classy is what I'm talking about. And with that emerging arts community, that'll be easy to come up with, a nice design for that little plaque. But, short story, the small town of Duck, North Carolina, down on the Outer Banks. Brand new town, really. I mean, it's been a town for 250 years, but it's only been incorporated for about 10 years. And it's a small town and a nice community and a lot of, in a resort area. But I bet it doesn't have 500 people year round. But I've gone to a program like this, and you walk around that town, down there in their shopping area, and down their downtown area, and you'll see a sign in front of this, most improved business, or most improved residence, or something of that nature, and it and then the date, like 2016, I mean, you don't wanna put one up that doesn't have a date in it, because they might let it go downhill, and then you gotta take it away. But, that's an excellent vehicle for getting people to participate in things. You get competition, and you think of anything in the world. Who's got the best vegetable garden, not much less a rose garden? You can do anything, and call attention to it. It gets everybody involved. It's just what we need, I think.
Well, I don't know, how many, 4, 5, 6 years ago, whatever it was, 3 couples, Henry was one of them. We went on a caravan tour.
He was a good one.
You and Linda. We went on a tour of the northern parks. We started in South Dakota, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So there's about 50 people, and we have a get acquainted thing, right? And the tour guide is up there, and he says, I'd like everybody to give their name and where they're from. So I give it Angelo Zambetti, Taneytown, Maryland, right? This guy says, really? And I said, you even know where it is? Right? He said, yeah. He said, I love the place. He said, I just been through it. He said, I had a tour of Germans. He said, and we had a week in Gettysburg. He said, I took him down to Taneytown. I showed him all that area in Carroll County. I love Taneytown. He said, it's a beautiful place. I said, I didn't even believe he knew.
Yeah,
He couldn't imagine, you know, all the way out there. And the guy happened to be from Philly, but
That's awesome.
he knew where Taneytown was and the Civil War history of it. He knew all that stuff. He said, let me tell you, there's nothing worse than trying to tell a bunch of Germans about the Civil War, and they have no interest whatsoever. But yeah, it came, he said, I like that. He said, it's a nice place.
That's awesome.
So how do we get this started, Joe? What do I do?
Well, I mean, a large part of it, I mean, Nancy's gonna be giving us some specifics in a few minutes about revitalization, but in terms of the rest of this, right? I mean, it's simply, the biggest part of this is simply getting the word out. This is something that we're going to be undertaking. I mean, the cost is gonna be, you know, relatively minimal, right? The biggest cost we're gonna have simply is in terms of time. And I'm more than happy to volunteer to put together press releases and to organize this effort. I'd love to have anybody who wants to help me as well, right?
You know, I'm a firm believer in that government doesn't have to do everything for everybody. And I think we could be a catalyst in getting this thing going, but I think we need to invite the business community to participate.
Yes.
And I think that if we do, we should get an overwhelming response.
I'm glad you actually brought that up. A couple of weeks ago, I have vetted the idea through written form among the businesses of the Main Street, members of the Main Street Association, through Nancy. And in every single response I got was positive. They love this idea. They want to be on board with it. They're, you know, they're ready to see this town, you know, shine.
Yeah, speaking of being on board, do you have a committee?
Yeah,
Or a committee of one?
I'm a committee of one right now.
not really.
Get stuff done that way.
Yeah, that's true.
So are you planning on developing a committee?
We
If-
got
if
one,
I'm-
Joe.
I'm sorry?
We got one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You do?
yeah,
Okay. Apparently that's phase 2 of this presentation.
yes. Ready?
And, yep, with that, I'll
Okay.
Okay.
Tying into what Joe started a year ago working on the Shining City, and everything kind of has come together. And we've got to tie into this a group of about 38 people. They're residents, they're business owners from downtown, uptown, midtown, residents from the subdivisions from downtown, people that are interested in turning around the perception of Taneytown, as Joe said. They're excited, they're positive. One of the first things they said, we're tired of going places and people saying, you live in Taneytown? Why would you want your business in Taneytown? And they don't want this because they want people to come to their business. They want people to come and live here. So in doing that, this whole group of about 38, and there's more coming through, are saying, we want to work together. We want to do small things that are going to make us look big and important again. We are not, as they used to call us, the underarm of Carroll County. And that's the truth. So we've got new buildings coming in. We've got new businesses coming in. We want to bring people in. We want people that are going to live here, raise their kids. As I'm going to talk about, we want the millennial age. We want Joe's age group. We want Jay's age group. Are you millennial, Jay?
he's young and hard enough
Brad.
to be.
But these are the people that are our future. And yes, the old is important, but we also have to look at what's going to stay here, what's going to continue on with Taneytown, and what's going to appreciate what we have. So they came up. There was many committees, and I'll go over each one of those. Joe sat in on this because I wanted to tie him in on what he's been doing. Pardon?
What page are you on?
Right here, right now. Okay.
She's not doing
I'm just doing an intro.
Okay.
So I asked Joe to sit on this because this is all tying in together with what we're trying to do. And they came up with Joe's Shining City, but they came up with rich history and a bright future. And we want to combine the two. We want to combine the history and the character that we have in this town and have them appreciate it, but we also want to bring them into the future, give them something new and fresh. And that's what they were saying. They were saying, we need to kind of freshen up a little bit. A little bit, we're kind of old here, but we can make it fresh. We're not asking to change it, but we can freshen up. So that's what they're kind of looking at. So on page 2, again, this is reiterating what Joe said, negative image from outsiders and insiders in Taneytown. Because there's a lot of negative overtones and negative attitudes from insiders. Oh, we don't want to. We don't want to participate. You know, we don't have time. I run my kids here. I run my kids there. Taneytown has nothing. There's nothing for my kids to do. We're not babysitters, are we? So, visual negative images, when people come in town, what do they see? What do they see? They see
Old campaign signs.
old campaign signs? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's a thought. And key in, guys, you know, as I'm talking to, buildings that are ready to fall down, that are crummy looking, and they're blaming it on us. They're not blaming it on the property owner, they're blaming it on us. You know, why doesn't the city do anything? Well, we can only do so much, and I'll go with what Angelo says, government doesn't want to take over.
What's the password for the?
Low volume of visitors. We would like more visitors to come in because they spend money, they might set up a business here, and they might live here. That's important to get people from other places in here. Website is old and dusty. Website is,
You still want to use this?
Still wanna use it?
Yeah.
We get the password.
why not?
Keep going. It's
I don't
gonna
want
take
your
a couple minutes
submarine.
now, okay, it's gonna.
Our website, we finally got a grant from Department of Housing and Community Development to
Guest user.
spiffy up our website. Diane and I and the mayor met, make it more user-friendly, brighten it up. We have Joanne from Joanne Unger, Joanne from the flower shop. She's still on there. They're not here. So we want to brighten it up.
Back for us and Nancy can.
Website is old and
Okay,
dusty.
Henry, there you go.
We got a $10,000 grant to upgrade it, freshen it up,
great.
and make it look new. We're gonna make it.
Now you stole my thunder.
We're gonna freshen it up, make it new, make it some visual on there, some videos that people can talk about Taneytown. And Dan has researched a lot of the other municipalities, and this is what they do, and it makes them attractive. So when somebody is looking up Taneytown, we want them to be able to see what we're about. Not just necessarily the buildings or documents or things like that, but we want to kind of give a walking tour of what we're trying to do. So that's hopefully in the near future. Next. Why does this group want to see change? We started out with about 6 people. This room had 30-some in it, 2 weeks in a row, and they're bringing more and more in. They're doing business here. They want to have more customers. They're raising their kids here. They want something to be able to be proud of, to bring their families in. And they want to see us grow in a healthy, quality way. Next. Who's the spirit of this movement? Sunshine. It's not your submarine. It can be your neighbor. It's probably your local business owner, the children at your school, your organizational members, and your community leaders. So what's going on with some of these? First of all, we've got a cleanup day. We had one many, many years ago. That
Oh, no, it's just bad memories.
you're on first. We're gonna get you a broom.
Oh, that was the problem.
But we have a committee, that was the first thing they said. Let's have a cleanup day. We will organize it with the schools and with the organizations and associations. That is the 30th, 23rd, 21st, I'm
I
sorry.
think it's the 23rd of April.
23rd of April. And already they have 40-some kids involved of all different school ages. They're gonna go not just Main Street, but on the neighborhoods. They're working with the neighborhoods also on cleanup, because it's just not East and West Baltimore Street and Frederick and York Street. So this again is a momentum that we're getting people to invest into, getting them involved.
And we're all invited to, by the way.
Yes. Yeah, and it would be good.
Are we gonna provide rooms?
We're gonna be doing
That's
the
his
room.
nightmare.
That's what.
Go back and tell the story.
That has a-
Tell the story.
Caution if we do.
Tell the story.
Okay, Henry, tell us the
Perhaps in
story.
the story.
Those who were not here.
Well, we had this sweep up committee and everybody, the city decided it was gonna provide the brooms. And I think,
T-shirts.
no, the brooms were the big problem. What were they, $200 a pop, or something like that?
There were more than.
The brooms were like $200 a piece.
We must have used the government, the US government.
Pentagon
broom
brooms,
contract.
I was gonna say, like the $800 hand.
We bought them from the Pentagon.
Oh, say no more.
But there was some controversy, it wasn't really a big deal. It was some controversy about the
Brooms.
cost
Of brooms. Right.
But we'll deal with that.
Well-
We learned from our experience.
But we
Ryan's
have the
gonna send
momentum
you
going,
one
and that's what I'm
$15.
saying. If we can,
Where were
this
you
is,
20 years?
this is a powerful group that has a lot of momentum, a lot of initiative. They want to continue moving forward. They are going around getting sponsors for this cleanup day also, and I'd like the city, will go through that towards the end here, but also to partner on this kind of a thing too. So you've got, you as the leaders, organizational members are gonna be involved in the various activities that we're talking about. Next, Joe. What are they doing to change it?
And there's Jay.
There you go. That's without the scuba mask on. You're just coming up for air, Jay. Next one, please. What they're doing is they're breaking up into groups and reaching out to other people of all different age groups to get them involved a little bit or a lot, but let them know that we are proud of Taneytown and we want to do some different things and we want to get people involved. If you have people involved, if you've got their positive investment, you are going to get change. You are going to get that different mindset. One of the things they talked about, and this is what they asked me to put it down, to review the ordinances for maintenance of the buildings. We have about 10 buildings in town that are nasty, just plain old nasty. Some of the owners are not responding, so, you know, we'll talk about that at a later time. We'll have four main city events. The first one is gonna be May 19th, which will be a citywide yard sale. Now, I can hear the cringing going on.
Citywide yard sale.
Yard sale.
Yard.
Not selling dogs, we're selling yards.
Dog sale, that's,
It's a dog sale. Nancy's had a puppy mill in her basement.
I thought the pet parade.
And Angelo's gonna go get the cat for me out of the tree.
No, the dogs will take care
Oh,
of
the
it.
dogs will
get
take
the
care of it.
there we go.
And
All right.
remember those,
This citywide
when
yard
is that,
sale,
Nancy?
May 19th. It's the same day as the Silver Fancy Garden Club, plant sale. No, I'm sorry, May 21st. Excuse me, May 21st.
May 21st.
Now, what this is, so people aren't freaking out on this and say we're gonna trash the town, is that they will have people coordinating with each certain blocks. If they're going to be like they're talking the city lot just for food only, but if they're talking the back, ka-choo-choo.
God bless you.
I'm
Okay.
allergic to flea markets. It's making me already break out.
He's allergic.
Yeah, I just saw that. But there'll be designated areas for them to set up. They will pay for their tables, $10 to $15 depending on the size. In the areas that are being paid for, we'll have people coordinating along with the neighborhoods also. So we have people going back after that day time and going back and making sure things are cleaned up. We're gonna work also hand in hand with the police to see that this thing comes together. But there is about 22 people that have volunteered already to do this and be involved in this, to make it a good one. But it's a matter of getting people in town. First of all, it's gonna be downtown, and they said, no, we need to include, many other people. One of the other things that just came up last week, and it wasn't at the meeting, was going back to our Celebrate Taneytown that we had years ago, which was the reenactors in the park. Do a little bit to bring back the history, tie in with our downtown, what we're trying to do. We used to have anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 people sometimes in Memorial Park when we had the reenactors, whether it was Revolutionary or Civil War, both of them. The only thing that stopped that was we had the cavalry come through town, which wasn't too pleasant for some of the shop owners. So that's another thought that they're doing. One of the other things, Joe, would pipe in, please, if you want to. We're working with Wance Chevrolet, who's having their yard sale April 30th. Carol Vistas is April 30th also, Angelo, the same day as Wance.
Wait a minute, you're going a little faster.
Huh?
Wance is
So we're doing a yard sale on the 21st, and then we got 2 more the next week?
No, April 30th is Wance, and April 30th is Wance and Carol Vista.
So
May 21st would be citywide.
They're both on the same day?
Yes, the April ones, yes.
All right.
They had already scheduled theirs. So we'll keep you informed as things are coming down the line. Next one, Jill. We have the Wine Fest also coming up, which is June 18th. Yeah,
Maybe I missed it, but
go
go
back.
back one.
Mhm.
I don't think we've covered all those.
Oh, I'm
We've got 4
sorry.
main events.
2 signature events, which is the Wine Fest and the Harvest Fest. We have to move the Harvest Fest from the 3rd week in October to the 1st week because the Farm Museum is having their big Fall Fest, and that's what happened to us last year. We couldn't get the tractor show, we couldn't get a lot of people because they were down to the Farm Museum. And they're not about to move there. So our thought is move the Tales of Taneytown and the Harvest Fest to the 1st week in
So
October.
the tails are separate. Is that right?
They'll be on the
No,
same.
I'm just saying, you got 2 events. I've got Wine Fest. What's the second?
Oh, Wine Fest is Harvest Fest and Tales of Taneytown. We combine those two.
They're combined.
They're combined
Okay.
together.
Oh, what's the second?
Fall Fest and the Tales of Taneytown are combined.
Yes.
Yes,
Which just says 2 events.
3,
3.
3.
Wine
Wine
Fest.
Fest is June 18th.
June 18th. And the Harvest Fest, Tales of Taneytown is the first Saturday in October.
Okay.
Okay?
And how many breweries
We
are we gonna
have 6 breweries this year at the Wine Fest, and we have 7 vineyards at the Wine Fest. And we're going to partner again with Habitat for Humanity because they help to bring in some of the newer, younger people.
And
You said 4 main events.
You have a 4th
They are
spot.
actually 3.
No, let's go back, okay.
Name the
4 main,
events.
4 main events will be spring, summer, winter, and Christmas, all right? So the first one that they have worked on is the yard sale.
Right.
All right, this is what the group has created. Then they will do something for the fall. Then they will do something for like November, around Thanksgiving, and then of course the tree lighting, which they hope to make bigger and a little bit
So
different.
those are separate from what we now do
Yes.
with the
yes,
Wine Fest
Correct,
Okay.
and the Harvest Fest.
Correct.
So it's really 6.
you're right.
Okay.
I didn't mean to confuse you, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
It's 6 events. That's
And
it.
then,
This last year, if I might say that this last year with the Christmas tree lighting, I think this was our best year ever. 'Cause
yes,
I was out for a couple of hours before we did the lighting. I was going up and down Main Street and in and out of all the stores, and the place was bustling. It was like I walked into Bedford Falls and It's a Wonderful Life. I mean, it was incredible. I mean, all these.
Did you hear bells?
I did.
yeah,
I ran into.
and it snowed.
I ran into all these people who were like, this is like the greatest thing, right? We're running up and down the store, we're up and down the street, we're hopping in and out of shops, and we just got
Mr. and
coffee
Mrs.
and
Santa.
Stonehouse Cakery, right?
Yeah?
And now we get to conclude the night with a Christmas tree lighting. I mean, I've never seen so many happy people
Yeah.
moving up and down. I mean, every year it gets better. It's incredible.
We could do a lot around that Christmas tree lighting.
Yeah,
You
that's
could
what
kind
the,
of make it an all-day event if you really wanted to.
well, when we did our first one, we had the kids from the schools make the Christmas tree ornaments. And we did that for about 2 years. And the committee decorated the tree and decorated the police station, except we had a windy day. And about 2 days before the third tree lighting with all the kids' decorations on, which blew them all over the city. You know, so we said, that's not good, that's not good.
But you remember one thing we did one year, and again, we don't have to plan it today, but remember when all the churches rang their bells one year?
That's a thought for this year, yes. And then
I thought that was spectacular. Then we'll get our bell fixed in our town. We can
Lori
do that.
Sewell has caroling
He's
group
gonna do it.
who will participate and do caroling downtown also. So I think, you know, we're gonna, this group has got tremendous ideas. They have tremendous momentum. They want to volunteer. They want to do some different things or add to just what I've seen on the cake.
Nancy,
Yeah,
a couple of years ago, maybe even more now, when I guess first got on, we had a Halloween party. That thing was great. I mean, we had some creative little
Yeah, we
kids in
did.
costumes.
that's
They
the,
were good,
that's the fall event.
and we had a lot of people.
Yeah.
Years and
That
years,
showed
there
up
was years and years, there was no trick-or-treating allowed. in
Correct.
Torrington. And in place of it, the town put on a Halloween party.
Yes.
And they would have a parade that would start down here somewhere.
Roberts
by the post
Mill.
office,
It was Roberts
and go to
Mill.
the
No.
community building down here
No.
in the park.
No.
And
Oh, yeah, it was.
that was, I mean, that went on for years and years and years.
I was in that when I was a little
I
kid.
bet
You still
were.
are.
I was a secret agent.
You were
Yeah,
what?
that's why
I was a secret agent.
It was really enjoyable to watch all those little kids, and and the
Well, you
parents
know,
had a good time.
That was, you know, remember, I had the same memory. It was a great thing, because, you know, they would line up at Middle Street, going back, and then they would march through the center of town. They had them by age group, and they also had them by, in other words, they had individuals, age groups. They actually had groups too doing it.
Yes.
And then there was an adult category too.
Right.
And they would go through town, go down to the park where the Lions Club and all those service clubs would, you know, give out cotton candy, cookies, and all kinds of stuff.
Mhm.
And then there was a judging
Right.
Mhm.
of all the
You
categories.
guys do it.
And everybody liked that.
We
I
did
won
it,
third place.
we did it at the police
And
station.
how do we find you?
A secret agent?
He wasn't a good secret agent.
Not to
We
say
did it
it's
at the police station that year, but, you know, there's no reason why you couldn't
Well,
parade
it
up,
was really,
up Main Street across and then come back down again.
Well, one of the
what
thoughts-
we did was we also had, it was like the Francis Scott Key Band, they let it off. And they were all in costumes
Mhm.
and stuff like that.
Mhm.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
the-
we would bring people out to the streets to watch this thing.
Well, there's a lot, I mean, the end of the creativity is that just around this table is amazing. Think when you get the rest of the community
well,
involved. what you
and
can-
now we have back the momentum, you know, to do
Right.
things
That's the
like
thing.
this and
You know, again,
creative people.
This is good stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
there's
So-
nothing in recycling old ideas.
I think this might be the year that the homecoming parade comes back
Yes.
too.
It
Right.
is.
Yeah.
So that was, they're
So
gonna
we
tie
gotta
in with
prepare
that
for that.
age.
Right.
Yeah,
Good thinking.
yeah.
Good
So
thinking.
think this would
that's
be
the
it.
kind of things, I'll have more and report to you guys as, and I'm keeping Joe on this group too, because everything he's doing is tying in with this end result that he has. They're in heavy planning stages now. New slogan, that was just basically rich history and bright future along with the shining city.
You know what? I wrote down, even before you even mentioned this, when I saw this, I wrote a note, and I said, replace small town with a big
Yeah.
heart with Taneytown,
Yes,
rich history and bright future.
yes.
It just fits.
Well, and this was the thing, you know, they want to freshen things up, they want to attract more people. Small town, big heart, as somebody said in the group, and I think you were there, every small town has a big heart. So let's do something a little different, treasure Taneytown. And there was about, what, 40 different suggestions?
Easily, yeah.
And it had to be broken down with this committee to one, instead of going out to the public. They knew if it went out to the public, it would go all over the place. So we're gonna start, see what happens with it, but that's where it's gonna go right now.
Nancy, you gotta break out the report from, what's his face?
Mackenzie?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the part, some of them are familiar with what Mackenzie was trying, this is exactly what he was trying to do, exactly what he was trying to do. So we're gonna be doing a new marketing campaign. I've got a number of people, Joe's gonna be a part of it, Kelly Heck, who's very, very good. These are volunteers, guys. You know, they could get paid for something down the line. No, they wanna volunteer because they wanna commit to their city. What is the plan?
And Nancy, the McKenzie report, the big thing that I see out of that is all the buildings are identified, the sizes,
Yep,
what they can be used
Yep.
for, if they can be modified for handicap accessibility, all that's there.
yeah. And
So-
that's something that we have to take a look at
That'd be
because
big.
where I'm coming right now, and I'm asking all of you, because you're all out there and about, we need more service agencies in this town. We need an attorney in town. We have none. We had one, we had Andrew Young over here. He left his group to come here thinking he could build. We need somebody that's already in. Jay?
Familiarity breeds contempt.
I know. No, your peers, your peers.
It could be a seasonal satellite office.
We need an Iron Man competition.
That's what we. Don't we have 5Ks and stuff? That would be.
Yeah, that's one of the plans on this, okay? So we need some attorneys, we need service agencies in here, because those bring people in for services, and while they're here for services, they're gonna hopefully go to our stores. Kenny's Market is revisiting how they're doing things, because the Food Lion has been purchased by Giant. So they're gonna be redoing the Food Lion store to look a lot like Giant. So Kenny's went out of the box, and we had, her name is Alec, who is used to be the vice president of marketing for us. She joined us and gave us some thoughts and ideas and said, this is newness also. We have to relook at doing new things. Kenny's is taking a new approach. You're gonna see it freshened up a little bit. You're gonna see more hands-on. You're gonna see cooking classes. That's a possibility they're gonna do in there to attract something new and different. They can't compete with price with Food Lion or Giant, but they can do other things that will attract people to walk in the store, and that's what you want them to do, is get their feet in that door. So
They're already advertising, or at least I
Yeah.
got a brochure, the new grand,
Yep.
another
Yep.
grand opening.
Yep, and that's
Did you
Littlestown.
see the one?
That's
Littlestown
Littlestown?
has beer now, yeah.
Did you see
the
that?
That's a
biggest thing.
thought, that's a thought.
Yeah, they got
Yep.
beer, Henry.
I knew there was a reason I go to Littleton.
But we've got a shopping center that's dying out, and that's almost a given. The Anytime Fitness has got about 200 members, which is good. Peebles, they don't even have a bite on. That's very sad. And because of the rents being as high as they are, and they're all triple net, you're gonna see shopping malls, if you go down to Cranberry Mall, Town Mall, whatever they wanna call it now, it's not pretty. I really feel sorry for that place, because I'd give it 5 years. Same thing with shopping strips. So where does everything go? It goes midtown, downtown. So we're looking to help the shopping center also, but we also need midtown, downtown. Nail salons, that's another one. Diane sent me up somebody from Westminster, does a nail salon. All the ladies like their nails done. Shopping center wouldn't bend as far as giving them the space they were looking for. Here you go. Okay, so that kind of thing we need to take a look at. So I'm asking you people on your travels, in your discussions with people, refer people over to us. You know, we'll try to make it work, try to work with the property owners. We have good property owners downtown, we really do, that will work with people. Okay, what is the plan? Continue spreading the momentum. This group is going out. I'm probably gonna outgrow this room, so we're gonna have to move it. Continue working with other organizations to create better events. Firemen have little volunteers. They're not doing events like they used to do. Their carnival is their big thing. They're either getting older and they've died off. They can't get the younger people, am I right, Carl, to join?
Absolutely right.
Legion's the same way. So, you know, Lions Club, I don't know where that sits, Diane.
Lions Club, what do you mean?
Are they losing members or gaining members?
You know, that's a good point, though.
They're losing members. Their membership is basically old
Okay. So we're
and
seeing,
dying off. And
we're
they
seeing
don't
that.
do a very good job of bringing in new, younger members.
Well, and that's where this group is saying, we don't want to commit to, quote, an organization. We want to take on little by little and do things as we can and we can commit to do. But we don't want to have to do, you know, this or that or the other thing. So this is what we were hearing at the group.
Nancy, is there anything we can do to revitalize and, well, I guess if the guy won't come down off the rents in that shopping center,
That's kind of wiggle.
you know, if he won't come off the rents, do you see the whole shopping center going away?
I would say 6 years unless something happens.
You know, I was stopped at McDonald's the other day and the suits were in there walking around and I thought, oh my gosh, what's going on here? And Nancy said his sales are down.
Yeah, he's revisiting
And that could
McDonald's.
be because of the shopping center.
Yeah. Who's picked up speed has been Dunkin' Donuts.
Charging $5 for a fish sandwich,
So
not traffic either.
So
No,
you're gonna see a lot of different
Wait a minute,
things
during Lent, you get two.
for the price of one. So a lot of the corporations are revisiting how they're doing. I just heard yesterday that Kohl's is gonna be closing stores. There's a big one. Okay, JCPenney's isn't what it used to be. Sears, you got Sears down at the mall down there. It's not good. So, you know, where is everything going? It's on the internet.
Yep.
Personally, I would not want to buy something that I couldn't touch or whatever, you know. And I think that's up to us as the consumer also to continue trying to support our local businesses here. Create subcommittees for each of the functions. That is one of the plans we have. For the yard sale, there is subcommittees. There is coordination committee that will be the monitors of the sites of where the yard sales are. These people are responsible to make sure the people set up. They have paid their fee. The fee's going into Main Street, by the way. The little $10, $15 will go into the Main Street fund. But there's a PR committee that will handle this also. There is ones right now that are going out, it's headed up by Lori Sewell, who are going out and getting sponsors for the advertising because that takes a bite. Carroll County Times, nobody wants to advertise because it's so expensive, but we have Facebook. Dan's done a marvelous job, and as we upgrade, it will look even better. Provide incentives for good works and volunteers. You brought it up. We used to have the volunteer parties at the Roberts Mill, and we need to get that back into place. It's just saying thank you, and these people stayed on with us. They are the unsung heroes of what's happening in this town.
Nancy, before I forget it, you know, again, when I was at the mayor's conference, we'd had a whole presentation on media, social media particularly. And one of the things that I learned there was that you can advertise your events. And I forget, I get notes someplace on all that. But that's something we've never done before. And I think we need to look at that and do it.
Dan's doing it for us on Facebook.
No, he's not.
No?
No. I'm talking about advertising.
Okay.
There's a feature on Facebook that you
Oh.
can select
Yes,
a radius,
yes.
and you can push all your events to all of those people within that radius.
Radius.
Right.
It has a cost to it, but it's kind of minimal.
Well, that's
And
kind
we've
of,
never used that feature. And I think we
we
probably should.
need to,
Yes.
yes, we
Yeah.
absolutely.
Promote.
Okay, next. Why do we need to change? It's not working like it used to. We're seeing decrease in people attending events, coming into our shops. We need to look at attracting new business. We want to attract new homeowners. We've got some subdivisions we got Meadowbrook that's finishing out. We got Meads Crossing eventually. We've got homes for sale in town. People are also not buying as much as they're renting. The younger people, they don't want to get stuck with a mortgage. So the Real Estate Association is looking at that piece also. But we want people that are new investors in town to really want to come here. And we've got to do things to make it attractive to them. We want people to say, as Joe said, why not Taneytown? So what I remember, the last one?
She didn't put like a TM on there, just so you know. She did plagiarize you with that.
Yeah.
I got a
Excuse me?
lawyer.
You plagiarized him with that, I just wanted to point that out.
Well,
Why
if
not?
you got a satellite office.
Wait till I
here in
get to
town.
you.
She's gonna plagiarize the crap out
I
of
get
you.
paid to do that.
You got
okay?
it,
I went to
Brad. I
school
need
where I
help.
did that.
Okay, join the team. Give dollars to promote the town. Join the cleanup day, support our local businesses. Every year since 2000, the city has given $5,000 to Main Street. I've gone out, and that's what this brochure is about here that you have, is what we've accumulated through Main Street, grants, whatever, through the Main Street DHCD programs. I think it's a pretty good investment. We've got property owners that have invested in town, in their facades. I've got one facade left for community legacy. I applied for that really for the Chinese restaurant, and they didn't use it, except for the
What does that
top.
mean?
A facade.
The facade, yeah.
Facade means front.
They gave a grant for that?
I applied for $20,000 for under the community legacy grant application. The state 2 years ago gave me $50,000. What my target was the Chinese restaurant, to have Miss Chang use that money to not all of it, okay, to use some of that money to restore and make it look attractive. Now, the program is when you have a facade grant, it can be a house now, which it never used to be, or it can be a business property. If you are approved in your application with your proposal by Maryland Historical Trust, you can get up to 50% back. So if you have a $20,000 investment that you're making, if you're approved, you can get $10,000 back, which is a nice incentive. But that's also tax, you gotta pay taxes on that too. But it has worked, it's been a nice incentive. That'll be coming up again, but I've gotta use the money up. And little by little, people have gotten signs, they picked up their houses. I've got 2 residences that use that grant, and I've still got.
Great. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and we've had facade grants ever since about 2002, 2003. The Adam Good Tavern over here got roughly $50,000 back in their pocket because they restored everything as it should have been under Maryland Historical Trust. Yeah. So you're getting people to invest, and yet you're giving them, the state's giving us something back to return. So what I'm here today to basically say, love you guys to come on board. I need some money to help with marketing. I've got people volunteering. We'll do cost analysis. It's not just Main Street. I'd like some more money for Main Street because they want to do new banners. And we've gotten, banners through sponsorship, and we've gotten it through grants. But the thought is putting new colorful flower pots outside to make it attractive as people come in, putting new banners up that have the sun on there and saying, we're a shining city type of thing. So this is why I'm here today. Okay?
So you put all this in your budget though, right?
No, I did not. I came to you guys first.
Well, I know, but how are you gonna get the money if you don't put it in your budget?
I'll go back and ask.
Redo your budget.
Yes.
Okay. I think you should put this in your budget so that, you know,
Now, yeah, go ahead, Jim.
You know, it's been very rewarding to listen to Joe and Nancy talk about how all the good things that are happening in town, and I think we need to certainly continue to accentuate all of this, do what we can to participate. We've got a lot of things going on, you know, we've talked about some of the negative things about Taneytown, some of the negative perception about Taneytown, and I know that's changed over the last 50 years or not, but I think what we need to do is when we present these programs to the general public, make sure we accentuate the positive, make sure that
Yeah.
we include everybody. Don't talk about what people think of us now. Talk about what we're gonna be in the future, or how we
Absolutely.
see ourselves
Mhm.
in the future. It's probably the best way to say
Mhm.
that. Because I know that if you get, if you mention negatives in your presentation, this is just general marketing 101. People are gonna dwell on the negatives, they're not gonna dwell on the positives.
Right.
So let's focus on the negatives and move forward. I think it's an excellent idea. Another point that I got out of all of this is the importance of working together with other organizations. You know, we have a lot of organizations in town that do things. The fire company was mentioned, the fact that we want to coordinate our efforts in the fall with the Farm Museum. The fire company's toy show is a big deal.
Yep.
That brings people all over
Yep.
the East Coast.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't we tie something around that?
that was
With all the
mentioned,
people
Jim.
in
You know,
town,
find out
why would
what's
we do that?
working, you know. You know, that's what they wanna do, is like with the toy show, create something, you know, whether shopping center has something, whether we have something downtown, but work with Donnie Shoemaker
All
and
of
his
those kind of
group.
things. We got the History Museum's opening up
Yep.
at the end of April. And, you know, why wouldn't we,
We're gonna
have
tag
a
team
big
with them.
citywide event, make everybody, you know, don't let the History Museum carry all the water for their grand opening, in other
Correct.
words, is what I'm saying. Let's do something to promote it. Let's have Taneytown History Days. Maybe we ought to dress up in 18th century costumes or something. I don't know.
That was fun when we did that at the entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't it? That,
We did that years ago.
except it got
See, that's another thing that
outpriced,
was very successful.
We did that.
We had an antebellum ball over at the
We had
entrance.
3 of them.
That's quite 3 of them.
except committee working on this, so it'll show where the various things are, like the police station and things of that sort. But it'll be a rat card size, and they're working on that right now.
Did I also understand right at our meeting the other day, we were working for an app too for our.
Yes. Yes, and that would be when somebody Googles in Taneytown, it will have an app in there showing what we have and how to get here. We're on Google already, but different things like the Antrim or like the Stonehouse
we already have
Bakery.
that.
So we can down that and have that map on our cell phone.
But all, Henry,
That's
all
what
of the
we want.
businesses can connect with that, so it can show their menus and things of that sort. We wanna just make it more attractive. And then last but not least, this was applied for last Friday. So we will not know anything until July, but this is a 40-foot octagon gazebo at Memorial Park. And it was applied for through Heart of the Civil War Village. And so we partnered with the Parks and Recreation on that, and we'll find out sometime in July. That's it, guys. Any more
Good
questions?
work, Nancy. Good work.
Any more questions? Anything?
Whatever happened to that treasure hunt thing, that cash or whatever?
Geocache, it's back on, I think, Henry.
It's still, huh?
Still working?
Yes, I don't know about the MML thing, but we just,
the one
we just recently got, the Heritage, the Civil War Heritage, has asked to be part of that, and Mitch is setting up with them on that.
Okay.
And I don't know about the MML, I don't know where that's standing, I think it's, I'm not for
Well, as
sure.
long as one of them is working, that
Yeah.
that'll still,
They want a new location, is what they're looking at. Yeah.
Good.
That
Well,
probably.
Mitch is taking care of
Yeah,
all
that's
that.
Mitch's.
that's good. How about the 3 new restaurants in town? How they
Oh,
I don't see any, there's no advertisements, there's nothing, I mean,
No,
you know, they're quiet.
Jenny's is, I really can't tell you. I've talked to them, offered to advertise for them, and I don't know where they're going right now. Grandma Jim's is doing very well. In fact, she's part of our group that comes in and wants to help out and volunteer and everything. So she's doing fairly well. The other is Tony's.
No, Broken Spoke.
Oh, Broken Spoke. They're doing okay.
Are they?
Yeah, they're creating paint nights and different fundraising events. That's what's drawing the people in. It's a different mix of people that, you know, we would be used to going out to maybe. Food's not bad, but
Where's
the
that?
Broken Spoke
Broken spoke.
Oh,
used to be Gunners. So we just kind of watch it, see what happens. Okay.
I saw Dixie Highway Band was out there, I wanted to go out and see them, but I said,
Mhm. Yeah, they're bringing in people. A lot of them are from Emmitsburg and Pennsylvania and Thurmont. So
And
I've
see
heard
that,
the complaint that it's too loud
loud.
at the bar.
Yeah,
That's what it's always been.
yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have the acoustics, Jim. That Brad would know more on that. The ceilings are too low for all the big sound they have.
So there's an app called Around Me that you can just pick all your different categories, and it already exists. But the problem I see with it right now is that they don't take things off of it. Like Bentley's is still there.
Mm-hmm.
Vermont Gems is on here.
Mm-hmm.
And Backyard Barbecue.
Who's the word?
This is an app.
It's an app.
Well, again, what
What was the app called?
I envisioned was a Taneytown app.
Yeah,
Where they
no,
do
the
it
one
down
that we
one.
talked about.
I don't think I was there for that.
I mean,
particular
everybody's got them nowadays.
Once you put
Anything.
something there to create an app, it's there.
Well, what is?
You know, this
how
is
does
run
that-
by somebody else.
Somebody's got to physically remove it.
That's
Right.
what I'm
I
saying,
don't
so
know
who
who
is that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Around Me, I don't know who owns that.
Okay. But that's a key piece right now.
Alright, it's-
Everything's social media. So
It's time for
Or another,
lunch break.
No,
another quick, well, here,
Sure.
I'm sure we'll discussion it.
didn't,
And then we'll just.
didn't you
move on
send
to
something
the
out
closed.
about
Well, you open
a
discussion
grant
and-
Well, I
for,
don't know how much that's gonna
that
be.
requires a lot of
This
work?
year? Yes.
I thought it was supposed to be.
Yeah, well, yeah,
That was
we
this
can go
one.
get lunch and do it at the
I was
same
gonna
time.
say, why can't we do
Let's,
it at each?
let's do the working lunch with open
Right.
discussion,
Right,
rather
That's
than
not-
Nancy's presentation, because she's already done it.
so just
Right?
move
All
it.
right, let's do that. Are we bringing it back here, or are we
Yes.
staying there?
Here,
okay.
come back
Let's
here.
adjourn for lunch?
No, we're not gonna,
All
I
right.
thought you said.
Let's
go get
Let's go get lunch and come back.
All right,
Bring it back in here, and we'll have
Yeah,
another
that was this
discussion.
one, and
sounds good to me.
47 pages just for the application, and that didn't include the attached documents or anything.
Of our zoning laws to avoid getting the same type businesses in town that inevitably fail. We got $2 stores. Now, the rumor is we might get an auto store, which will be one of two. One of actually five.
Right, at least.
You know,
That's a
and-
scorned wife, though.
There must be one.
right, I know, I heard the story, but, you know, do you think we ought to start revisiting some of our zoning?
Is it a zoning thing or is
I don't
that
think-
economic
Well,
development?
you know, Nancy tells me if, you know, zoning doesn't prohibit it, you can't say no
Right.
to the third dollar store or the fifth
Yeah,
auto
that's-
store.
That's true.
That's
But
true.
that's.
You know, it's ridiculous.
Well, you said those don't bother me. It's
It
the
is.
6 thrift
It's
stores that
enterprise.
bother me.
Hmm?
Say it's the 6 thrift stores that bother me. We keep having junk shops open up. More and more junk shops.
Exactly.
It's- That's what bothers me the most.
You know, when,
That's an issue, that really is.
Right.
And it really is, you know, I mean, give me a break, a fifth auto store, or will it be six?
you know, when Dollar General was coming in, right? I brought up, you know, I said, you guys realize there's a Family Dollar right next door, right? We're not that big. And he looked at me and said, yeah, I guess Family Dollar has a problem.
You know,
Okay.
Well, you know, I mean,
drive
all of
by.
that is true, but you can't, zoning is just zoning just allows you to have certain types of business, i.e. retail businesses or professional businesses or things of that nature in a particular zone. It doesn't, you can't legislate what you have unless you spell out things particularly. In other words, we don't want adult bookstores, we don't want,
But you can't say you
The
want
same way with,
marijuana store.
well, okay, the same way with spelling them out, can't you put a number on them?
You can't really do that, but
Okay.
what we could do is, right now, when we say, and these are just general terms, like commercial, I know we don't call it commercial, but commercial, anything commercial pretty much is allowed in the commercial district. And we have so many commercial districts, that's the problem. Is that if you want to limit the number of places, then you limit the names of them, so maybe it's not commercial, maybe it's like business general, business limited, business whatever, and then you'd specify specific uses that can go in there. So that if you're gonna say, well, in the commercial area, commercial special, let's call it, we'll call that the shopping center. We're gonna allow these types of uses. They could all be dollar store uses, but that's where we're gonna allow them. But we're not gonna allow those types of uses in commercial special category 2. So you kind of peel the onion back to make more categories that are very specific. So the areas in town where they can locate are getting more narrow. So that way somebody is gonna want a dollar store, that's allowed in that zone, and there's gonna be
But
4
that
other
zone
ones.
doesn't
Along with the
fit.
rest of them.
Right, but you're not gonna be able to add like an use auto parts store. We
Okay.
got some downtown, we got some here, they want one over there. Maybe you're gonna only allow auto parts stores downtown.
Mhm.
So they're not gonna be able to do it somewhere else, because you're only gonna limit it to a
Okay.
certain area. And, yeah, you can work 5 in the same area then, but you're not gonna be spreading them to others. But that requires you to go through the zoning code and get very specific. What businesses are going to be allowed, and to the mayor's point, you can't not allow things. So there's gotta be a place somewhere. So kind of imagine it like cards, put them all out on the table, you can put them in different piles, but you gotta put all the cards together somewhere.
I
It's
think
still
that-
not gonna fix the problem, because we still have the junk shops downtown, and we can have 4, and someone's gonna open another one.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, I'm with you, they can do what they want,
You're
free
gonna be
enterprise,
able to do
but
something.
You're getting the danger of dictating what people can sell and what they can't sell. And that's something I don't think we wanna get involved in.
no.
I mean, there's a lot of things that I don't want downtown. And we've taken some steps to prevent some of that stuff, like bookstores, or adult bookstores, and like tattoo parlors is another thing that we've, council in the past has frowned on. And, you know, but that changes from time to time. I mean, if somebody's gonna invest somebody's got a piece of property and they wanna rent it, and somebody wants to come in and pay them rent, there's a fine line there about what we can say they can do and what they can't do. And I guess that's what is the big sticker in all of this. I mean, it's property rights, it's free enterprise.
Equal justice under law.
You know, all kinds of things that are, you know, that stir the American spirit when you talk about like, stuff like that. So, if we do it, we gotta do it right. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, I'm just saying it's very difficult to do.
And I don't know that this is a zoning thing as much as it's an economic development thing. I don't think the problem's with the zoning things, I think it's just, we need economic development to target different types
Well, I
of
agree with
businesses.
that, yes.
Instead of saying, well, we have 4, so let's throw another one in there and see what we can do with that. They need to target different businesses.
Well, if
I think it's probably a little bit of both, Brad, okay?
Oh, you're probably right.
Yeah, you target certain businesses and then you got other ones coming at you.
Right.
I think one of the other things too that we've got to take into consideration is something that Nancy had spoken about just a little while ago, right? Like for example, she's talking about how much shopping people are doing online now, right? Like so for example, if I'm looking for a new book, I'm gonna go to Amazon, right? It saves me a trip to Westminster or to Frederick, but if I'm looking for like an old edition of a used book, I've got to go find a brick and mortar shop, right? So, for example, like the excuse me, like the thrift shops, right? Like we use the Salvation Army as an example, right? When I was in high school, right, you wouldn't be caught dead walking into a Salvation Army depot or store or whatever to buy anything, right? But now, among kids, it's like the cool, hip thing to go into a store, buy something used, buy something secondhand, right?
It's
So-
called vintage.
Right, right. It's classy, it's vintage, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's a thing now.
And so a store, for example, like Russ, I don't know if anybody's ever been in that store. That is a beautiful store, right?
Here.
And that kind of stuff those are the things you can't buy online. They fill a niche market, right? So like what you're talking about, Brad, and even you, Diane,
Yeah.
right? You're targeting certain businesses to bring them in, and I think that's part of what we've got to do, right? We've got to look at the businesses that people still want to go to in person, right? Like for example, just next door to Russ's Vintage Cones, right? And they do those painting nights, right? And they always draw in huge crowds. And so any business that can offer, fill in a niche market is going to be a boon to us.
And that's what we need, is we need to find those businesses.
Right.
And that's what, Diane and I are both on the same page of we need to avoid these duplicate businesses.
I'm with you. I mean, I think we've got more secondhand stores and flea market stores than we really need, but we could say that about auto parts stores, or we could say that about.
Why is
There
it?
used to be they used to have a pizza store problem. We used to have a bunch of pizza stores.
That's true.
But they've kind of effectively, contained themselves. They've done what they've.
Well, all they have to do is take down the raised pizza signs.
They had good pizza.
Yeah.
They had good pizza.
Well,
I'm
why,
sure
why
they
does
did.
that happen? Isn't that something, is there more that, is this something that McKenzie guy could tell us about? Is why does that cater to the people that buy here? Or is that an easy business to run because of what you're selling?
Easy businesses to run.
It's
Especially
economics.
the second hand, they go consignment because they don't have the overhead. They don't own their inventory. They don't pay tax on their
No
inventory.
investment.
But aren't the landlords giving free rent?
I don't
That's
know.
what I heard
Are they?
at some point in time. that
I
they
couldn't
said
find a
some
landlord with
give
free rent when I was looking to do a business downtown. And when I went to the county about doing a business in Taneytown, he said we should do it in Westminster. That's what the county told me. Why Taneytown? I don't know. The county didn't want me to.
Lots
That's,
of great storefronts in Taneytown.
but
Well,
all,
we got-
all the
we
rent that
got
I was
one
told
that-
was
They
outrageous.
will never rent,
Across from Country Kitchen.
right?
Mhm.
They want 2 arms and a leg,
Yeah,
Right, okay, that's,
so it'll never rent.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people come and go,
Wow.
and just talk to them and say, well, goodbye. They're a friend, right? Henry's friend,
Thank you.
and that just never worked. They come here because the rents are low,
Yeah.
But they're not. That's the
well, compared to other places they were, I don't know about now, but,
right.
they were, and, when people come in, they think they got a hobby and they can run a business, and they can't.
Right.
And then when they're told they can't, they say, get out of here, I know what I'm doing, and they don't last.
Well, the whole idea of retailing today is evolving, it's changing. And we're not rowing that boat, we're not really even a factor in how it is evolving or changing. But the fact is that we need to be attuned to what is happening and try to adapt to it. And, we all know the stories about people buying stuff online, we all know the stories about people who, well, I would only buy at a brick and mortar store because, but we've got to focus on and kind of see what we're doing. Yeah, shopping malls, I'm glad I don't have any investments in shopping mall. I think that's the way out. I mean, you the last decade or two, or last 20 years perhaps, you saw the evolution of the big box stores, the Walmarts and the Costco's and the Sam's Clubs and things like warehouse stores and things of that nature. And that even is kind of waning now in favor of even the bigger box stores like the Amazons and the Wayfarers and things of those nature. So what do we do with that? We stop and we look at about what is the picture of the resale market, or the retail market in the last 10 years? And you look at places like the downtowns. If you look at thriving downtowns that we know of, Frederick, for example, or Leesburg, Virginia, or even to some extent Gettysburg. You have you have a lot of that old town shop feel that is what's being constructed. White Marsh, the town center over White Marsh is a prime example of that. All these new retail spaces that are designed like a downtown. So why can't we market our downtown like that? It's already built. Can't we just plug into somebody that knows how to market and say, well, look what we got here. You're missing an opportunity. Come to downtown Taneytown.
We don't have a
Does
draw.
Mackenzie, is there anything in the Mackenzie report about that?
Yeah, we don't have a draw, okay? Every place you mention has a draw. Gettysburg has, the
Yeah,
Battlefield.
you're right.
Frederick has, whatever the river thing is called.
Well,
Leesburg.
that and population in Frederick. That's
And the
the.
population.
Well, but you can draw people in
Well, you can, right?
if you have a draw.
But Carroll Creek is.
And we don't have one. Leesburg does. The outlets and stuff down that way
Yeah.
draws people in. And without a draw, you got a problem. They're-
There's a lot to that.
You know, if their
And,
draw went away, then
besides that, you need
they get the same way.
population. One of the things that I think you're talking about junk stores, and I'm not proposing to become the junk store capital of Maryland, but we're on that way. But I think of Newmarket a few years ago. It's not so much today, but when I was growing up and up until last 10 years or so, Newmarket was where you went for if you wanted antiques. The whole store's full of antique stores. And it's kind of a niche thing. So
But that's a draw.
Right.
yeah.
If you got all good antique stores, it's a draw.
But what you said is also what happens. This is the ebb and flow of business. You know, they don't. You're right. Antique. That is the place to go. Antiques aren't.
Right, when the economy goes down, they're the first ones to get bit, is the antique stores. But
And as far as what Brad said about the population, how many years ago we talked about indoor sports facility with soccer courts and soccer fields and everything else, right? And we had a couple of people come out interested, and they did a survey and said, we're just, if you were Mount Airy, yeah, because you're going to draw
it's
from
all demographic.
Frederick, Montgomery, and Howard.
All demographic.
We don't have enough here.
Right. Okay.
And
Exactly.
he said, we can't put our money in. Yeah, they had the money and they were ready to go, but just not enough.
So we find a draw.
You know, it could be, right? We were talking a
That's
little while
that's
ago
a
about
tough question, and there's people who may earn their living addressing that very question.
But that's part of
They're
Shiny
just
City.
amateurs.
That's part of Joe's Shiny City is you create the draw.
and it
You
could-
create the
That's what we
community.
have to do.
Right.
It could very well be the fact that we've got this emerging arts community. I went to a meeting, the first meeting of this organization a couple nights ago, and overnight there were like an additional 10 people. So, for example, the dance center on the corner wanted to be a part of it. Overnight, people heard about this and they wanted to be a part of it, right? When I lived up in the Poconos, right, my mom started an arts council up there, and one of the things that they did in May was that they went to all the different stores on Main Street in our town and they said, hey, we're going to have a community-wide art event, right? And so each store was able to host a couple of different artists, like a couple of different framed pictures or something, and then up and down the sidewalk they'd have like a couple of easels set up with artwork, right? And then each person going into each store, in addition to the artwork, maybe they'd have like a sampling of cheeses set up or something that were free, right? And I think we certainly have the potential for that, right? Because again, reflecting on our conversation a little while ago about having a niche market, right? Art and culture is a really big thing right now, right? Why do we have to go into Baltimore to experience that if we can do it right here? Right?
Anywhere else, I wouldn't go to Baltimore. I can not for culture.
Not unless I got.
But we have so much potential in terms of our arts community right here in town, and I think that might be the direction we want to head.
That could be, you know, that, I think that if we really took with this concept that you're talking about and ran with it and made a success out of it, it could be the answer to a lot of these other problems that we're talking about.
If I remember correctly, Mackenzie talked about that very issue of a arts, that's what has been saving a lot of cities.
And that was my thought 2 years ago, the Creamery Building becoming a cultural arts center. That's a popular thing these days, and that would be an ideal location for it. Something to roll around. I know we love talking about the Creamery Building.
Oh, I do. Tear it
You
down.
can't get
tear it
past the
down,
retreat
tear it
without
down.
doing
I'm all about tearing it down.
Yeah,
We even,
I don't even know which direction to go
Just
anymore. That
just
was-
a matter of information, do you know that in Charleston, South Carolina, one of my favorite cities, that it's against the law to tear down a building that's over 75 years old? Has to be approved by city council. I think that's a wonderful law.
Save some history.
you know, Mackenzie, he talked to people to get the old mill renovated
Oh, yeah.
into an arts type center. And, you know, the economy just is not ready to support it, and
The old
Couldn't
mill
do it.
actually was, as I remember him saying, was too far gone as far as,
for the one guy looked at it and said, it's too much for me to take
Right.
care of, yeah. But
Who owns the mill now? Don't know.
don't even know.
Bauman's owned it at one time, I don't know whether he's still on it or not, but that's who had it last I knew of it.
But yeah, it's tough. The economy is still not at the point where people are gonna put their money out.
Well, it's a big challenge, and it's, you know, we spend a lot of time worrying about the day-to-day stuff that affects our citizens, and that's what we're here for, but in the bigger scheme of things, we've got to be the driving force in anything that happens in this town as far as renovation and moving forward. I mentioned when we began that we've always been a leader in doing things differently in regard to to a lot of things. And, you know, I remember one time we were one of the first, I guess the only town in the county to establish a sprinkler ordinance, that all the houses had a sprinklers on them. Of course, we had to repeal that a few years
Oh my God, that was a disaster. That turned out to
Adopted
be.
it and then I repealed it.
But it was a good deal. I mean, I thought it was good at the time. After we realized the consequences of our actions, it was probably good to repeal it too. But that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. So it's not something that's foreign to us, and it's something we need to, you know, kind of step out on. The issue that Nancy brought up about building maintenance. How many times have we talked about that? Maintenance standards of some kind. You know, I know that's something I've been preaching since day one, and it's a difficult thing to talk about, because you're talking about people's property rights. You're talking about people's livelihood, and, you know, where's the line that you cross or stay behind when you get involved in stuff like that? That's a real issue. And, you know, the results are what we have now. We have a Chinese restaurant on our downtown corner that looks like a disaster area.
That's not true. We have a vacant building on the downtown corner that looks like a disaster
There
area.
used to be a Chinese restaurant.
Right.
Yeah.
When it was a Chinese restaurant, there was some value to it.
And a house next to it,
Behind it.
behind
Yes.
it, whatever.
Right.
And-
But the good news
and
is the
across
house-
the street, too.
The house across from the bank up there is
Oh.
getting some good work
Yeah,
done to it.
that's getting
That's-
some.
that
It
was
surprised me, man.
Yeah,
That
I
was.
couldn't believe it. Look at that.
You wanted that one taken care of years.
That's
ago,
right.
I remember.
Angelo, it finally happened.
Yeah, finally, yeah, but I thought it'd be torn down.
Well, that's
Not
like,
done.
you know, I had two across from me, and one was Kelly had bought and did a lot of work too. And then there's the old Ridenauer house, and a couple of guys bought that house, and they were like weekend warriors, and they would come in, they did a renovation to that. Now, unfortunately, that's up for sale, and there's no bites.
Might be priced too high right now.
I think it's priced too high.
Yeah, but the house that you're talking about behind the Chinese restaurant, Mackenzie looked at that and said it's gotta come down.
Right.
He said you just can't refurbish that, it'll cost you so damn much,
But they still live there.
because everything's bad.
Yeah, and they still
That's-
live
Yeah,
there.
right.
So we gotta wait for it to fall
Everything
down
is
on
bad.
them.
But I think the key to the maintenance, you can't be heavy-handed with it, and that's where Joe and Nancy have the right attack on it, is we'll give you an opportunity to do it. I mean, we can't be heavy-handed and require, it'd be great to require the maintenance and things like that, but we just can't do that. There's no right way to do it.
All
Well-
the incentives in the world have been thrown at the owner of the Chinese restaurant.
I agree.
There's completely
Some people,
ignored.
Can't get 'em.
right, you can't get them.
They have no
The owner of
investment,
that
they have
building
a
has no
stake in
vested
it.
interest in our city. I mean, they don't even live in this state. They don't care.
Well, one thing we could attack, I think, is lead. I'm sure that those buildings with those old windows have lead paint.
I'm sure there are several that do.
Well, and especially the one behind the Chinese restaurant. That's peeling. I mean, that's gotta be a prime candidate to have a lead inspection.
Well, all you have to do is discover one of those chips on the ground, have it, pick it up,
And analyze.
That's right.
have it analyzed, and tell MDE, I found this, I think it's lead, and then they take over.
Yeah. Or you can even report it because it's
Right.
coming into the air.
That's right.
Maybe they ought to take a more active role in that. You know, we singled out one citizen and got him to clean up his backyard, and the promise was to do some more, but we haven't done any more. So maybe that's the step we need to take.
Well, we have done. The second one that we were after is done. It's cleaned up too,
What's wrong with that?
see? The one on, name that road.
George?
No, it's the alley. Well,
Carnival Drive?
no.
No.
Cortland?
Huh?
You talking about,
Cortland?
Yeah,
okay.
Portland. That's all taken care of.
Well, again,
Well, I guess we
maybe,
look, you know, on that is now we gotta dig deep and go to number 3 and 4.
well, again, that's what we should do. We should just, again, like we talked about setting the priorities of capital project, set the priorities of buildings to clean up and just keep hammering them until we get it done.
You gotta keep an eye on one. Priority one, you gotta keep an eye
Yeah,
on,
that's,
because it's reverting back.
We know how to work that one. But that needs to be reflected in your budget. And you need
Yeah.
to talk to Jim Weeprick. I mean, those things are time intensive and cost money, and he's very budget conscious because he says, you know, I worry about my budget. So you have to say that's something you want to spend a budget priority on.
Again, I've been a proponent for years of sharing the cost of a code inspector or something of that nature between municipalities, and I still don't understand why that won't work.
Well,
You know, we can't afford one ourselves, Jim can't do it himself,
Yes.
and I'm not even sure he's the right person to do it if he could do it himself. But we need to, address that. If we're gonna establish rules and regulations and standards, then we have to have somebody to enforce them. And if we can't enforce them themselves, why don't we share that person with 8 other towns, or 6 other towns, or 2 other towns, or something in between?
that idea is fraught with many, many problems. Many, and we've tried that at least once up before, not in that same area, but the issue always is, who does that person work for? Who does that person get, how they get their pay? Who benefits, you name it. If you're only looking for somebody that's gonna work, as you said, part-time, then we just hire somebody part-time and we control everything. That's a simple
That
solution.
could be maybe there's
Why don't
people
we
you
do
can
it?
contract to
Yeah.
do that work.
Why don't we do it like we did with the inspector?
That's a good option too.
What inspector?
State the, roads.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, we hired an inspector
yeah,
at a given dollar figure,
right.
and we called them out when we needed them.
I think,
Like a
I think there's a
He did a
possibility,
heck of a job.
I think there's a possibility
He
that
saved us
that
money.
might exist. We have got at least one or two police officers that have retired because they can no longer do the police work. Okay, chasing kids down and wrestling them to the ground and all that stuff. But that doesn't mean that they can't, do code enforcement. That's a matter of putting it in the budget, how much you wanna pay. To me, it's a lot, it's less, if your goal is just to get somebody from a part-time, you're gonna get somebody part-time, then trying to share that person amongst everybody is fraught with problems. It's scheduling and it's just so many issues that go along with it.
Well, somebody has to schedule, there's no question about that, and the answer to who do they report to, they report to whoever they're working for, that's who they report to, but,
At what time?
they work, they
Yes.
have circuit rider and city managers that works very successfully, has worked very successfully.
Yeah.
And
For
aren't they
years and
working,
years.
but aren't they working independently for each city? They're circuit riders, and I have a contract with you.
They're 1099 people.
Right, they're 1099 people,
That might be the answer. It's a 1099 guy.
Or a
I
company.
would be opposed
Yeah.
to that.
Yeah,
Or, I
company.
mean, it's just making up, but like a home inspection company, right? Those guys know the codes,
They
they
know
can
what to
learn
do.
our codes, they understand inspections, they understand how to deal with it. They charge a fixed price when you
Right.
call them to do your home inspection, so you say, I need you to come out and handle this, and maybe you want them to handle some administrative stuff too. You want them to type the letters and, do the notices so that we don't have to. But then it's contracted out. You don't have any of the hassle, the overhead, and they have their own business, right? They have their own thing going on, so they're not sitting around saying, I can't work for you because I need enough money coming in. I mean, that's possible.
Yeah, to me, the idea of sharing that and getting, again, you're talking about an MOU between all of these organizations, and it's just, like I said, based on what we've tried before amongst the municipalities, that's just, I don't know, if you're only gonna get somebody part-time, might as well just hire them.
Probably not much difference in the
Well, that's the
No,
problem.
that's about,
That's the
unless
problem with part-time people.
problems with that.
Part-time people sometimes become full-time people, usually become full-time people, so.
That's up to us.
Huh?
That would be up to us.
If you recall, the easiest example that I can give you right away is Nancy. Nancy started out as a cost sharing between us and the chamber.
And Bob Mitchell's another one. That was a part-time position where we started.
No, we weren't sharing with anybody. Bob Mitchell was part-time, but we weren't sharing it with anybody.
That's right.
I'm talking about Nancy, where she worked for two people. She worked for the chamber and she worked for the city of Taneytown. Didn't work out. Because of the issues of who I work for, when do I work for them?
And what if you both want me at the same time?
That's, well, I mean, the list goes on with problems.
I don't know, I that's, I don't know why that's management issues or not this.
Well, then why create a problem? When you can just go out and hire somebody part-time?
Well, again, I don't.
What's
That's
the
not-
benefit,
there's nothing
now,
wrong with
let me ask, what is the benefit that you see by sharing an employee amongst several municipalities? How's that?
Because everybody's got the same need we do, and everybody's got the same problem we do, they can't afford it. So if we had somebody who was an expert, somebody that did this for us 2 days a month, probably wouldn't be qualified as an expert, unless he was doing it for somebody else too. That's what I'm saying. In other words, you gotta have somebody that's in the field, you can't have somebody just sitting at home that's retired, watching I Love Lucy until somebody calls up the phone, says, I need this building inspector.
Well, are you talking about a building inspector or a code enforcement officer? Because they're two different things.
Well, I mean, the need is there for both. Depends on what we would do with maintenance standard.
Well, I'm personally not in favor of trying to do a joint thing. And because of all the issues, it's real simple. You only gonna get somebody for part-time, only hire them for part-time.
Or like a company like James.
Right, or a company.
Well, I like the idea of contracting somebody who's in that business. I
Yes.
don't know whether it's such companies or not. They are. If they're not, there should be. And, yeah, I like that idea.
Well, we can take a look at that.
Okay. And I'd just like to mention one other thing. I was approached and asked if the city would form a team for Relay for Life.
We've been doing that every year, haven't we?
No,
It didn't work.
it
Oh.
didn't. We never did.
It didn't work.
I think we funded it, we got it.
Yeah, you just funded it. They want us to show up. And even if you don't walk, but, around the thing one time, they want your presence.
We need,
Form a
we
team.
need
I
a
thought
Relay
money
for
was
Life team?
Hmm?
Is that what you're saying?
Relay for Life.
Team.
When is it?
Angela, when is it? I can't remember the date.
June
Ma-
sometime.
Yeah,
Is
we'll
it
send
June?
Jay, he's the athletic person anyway.
Like
No,
just
we
run
want
around the block once.
everybody.
I wanna see like, I guess all you in your shirts,
Nancy.
and walk around for morale.
Nancy advertised
Yeah,
last
when the
year
mayor
and
says
got
his
nobody.
bid.
I was gonna say, didn't you do that?
No, the mayor says his bit, and we all need to be standing there behind and
Oh.
ready to do our lap.
And then he goes home, is that right?
Somebody's gotta carry the shining city flag.
Hey,
Oh.
good idea.
Yeah, good idea.
Good idea. There you go, Joe.
There you go.
Get a flag bearer.
So are we all on for
I
that?
think we
I'll
can
do
do
it.
that.
Okay.
Okay.
Depends when it is.
I will get you the date. I failed to write it down.
I don't remember. But I
Is this the
thought-
Westminster Relay for Life, or who's
It's a
putting
Carol
on?
Vista.
No, Carol doesn't.
Carol Vista.
Carol
doing it.
Vista puts it
Well, it's
on, but
Taneytown,
it's,
not Carol Vista.
Taneytown.
But you walk around Carol Vista.
First Saturday in June.
Is that when it is?
That's what you.
Yeah,
It is what?
yeah, I couldn't go 2 years ago because of high school graduation. So it's early in June,
Okay.
Okay.
Well, first Saturday in
And I
June will
will-
be the 4th, if that's the case.
probably the
So
next one.
either 4th or
Well,
11th.
there's time between now and June to get the right
I'm
date.
gonna get the date.
All right.
and
And
make
there's
sure
a form that
everybody
has to be
knows.
filled out too, right?
Yes.
Okay, just get it to
That's
us.
what Henry's for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Form
right,
filler.
yeah.
And you can put up a tent,
A tent?
yeah, where you rest.
Where, you think I'm sleeping there?
Oh, you did.
Not us, not people
Oh,
that
is
walk.
this- Or do we have, let me ask you, is the fire company gonna be there?
I think they really bid into the one time around and they're out. I think that's what you saw.
One,
Thumper gonna be there?
the little girl
There's a
from
place where you
Taneytown,
just
from
walk around
Food
in
Mart,
circles
or
in front of the clubhouse.
Kenny's, when it was the old place, she made the route 22 times.
Walking.
Wow.
That's great.
And the route's a mile, so, you know. And I go sit on Ann's porch and say, hey, how you doing, right?
So that's what we need to do, is
There we
we
go.
establish refreshment points.
They have them, they got water spread out, so
Yeah,
you
they
can
have
get
it.
water. And
Okay.
the course is roughly a mile that you walk.
But you don't have to
And
do that?
bananas and donuts too.
Yeah, they have bananas, donuts, snacks.
Oh, they got plenty of baked goods for
Yeah.
sale, and they got a lot of food.
Oh, I'm definitely in.
It's, I tell you, I was really surprised. They talk about Relay for Life, right? American Cancer Society. It's really not what it is. These people help out the local residents that need help for cancer problems. If you gotta go to treatment, they'll send somebody to take you and bring you home. At no charge. It's all stuff like that. And I told them, you gotta advertise it that way. Don't say it's, if we give $30,000 it goes into cancer research.
That's what
Everybody does that. No, this thing goes to supporting the local people that need help. A big difference from just doing research. If that's
All right,
over,
What else? Who else has got us?
I got one,
Uh-oh.
maybe two. A while back, we talked about when we have our meetings, that after the minutes, we give everybody who wants to talk about agenda items 2 minutes per to talk about anything on the agenda before the meeting. And then after the meeting, people can have 2 minutes to talk about new things. We want to implement that?
You mean,
Public comment.
Public comments.
well,
Yeah. I think it gives the person who wants to talk the ability to cover the agenda item before we discuss and vote on it. And then we'll have their input before, and afterwards we'll get the new business. If, or complaints or comments or,
well, on the
Compliments.
surface, I would be opposed to that. But if we could really hold it to 2 minutes, maybe not.
well, we'd have to.
But you.
My theory is that a lot of times people come to speak to the council are representing one side or the other. And it's very, most often, if ever, I've never seen both sides represented. It's either one side or the other of any particular issue. And typically, the folks that are speaking on one side or the other don't have the benefit of having all the facts before they form their opinion. And that just delays things. It just allows people to get it off their chest, perhaps. And I don't think it contributes to the overall result of what we discuss. Because when we discuss, we get into the meat of things. We talk about the things. We lay out all the facts. We examine it from this side or that side. Our job is not to be partial one way or the other, but to examine what's going to happen and to make a decision based on what we know. The folks that are speaking from the community don't have the benefit of that, and that's why I hold the comments until the end of the meeting, after we've had a chance to deliberate and make our decisions. And I understand that frustrates some people. They don't get to say their 2 cents on it, but I'm not so sure that's bad all the time. I think it would add a good deal of time to the meeting, particularly how many folks would want to present on any particular issue. It opens the door to getting off track, to starting down a different subject line that wasn't on the agenda. Generally speaking, I would like to leave it where it is, but if I could probably live with the fact that if we wanted to entertain comments for a couple of minutes and then gavel them down, I could probably live with that. And maybe hold it to 5 comments or something like that, I don't know, but
And
I don't think it's necessary.
I think it would be only at the workshop. And then, personally, I would like to hear other people's opinions too,
In that case,
but at the workshop.
my thought on the workshop is, at the beginning of the meeting, for those people who have non-agenda related items, just general complaints, don't make them sit through a 2-hour meeting to say there's a pothole that needs fixed. Let them get their stuff at the beginning of the meeting. At the end of the workshop, those who have their own opinions on agenda items, we've already discussed it, they've heard what we have to say, then they're a little more informed than they would be before the meeting. They can give their opinions then. I think that would be the best thing.
That'd work too.
I hope as a different example, because the pothole should be just a matter of a phone call.
I agree with you, but some people don't just make the phone call. They like public sting.
Like to
Well,
make the statement.
we have to be concerned about this evolving into some kind of town hall meeting like they have in New England. That's not the type of meeting that we conduct. And I think that if it's simply inviting the town in for an open forum discussion like we're having right here, it's gonna be counterproductive. Now, maybe we should do that from time to time. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I'm just saying that the council meeting's not the place for that. And, I think we would be in danger of again, not only prolonging the meeting, but we can all deal with that, but just talking about things that keep us off the business at hand, I guess.
Well, and you can impart any limits that you want on it. It's
For the meeting, we'll take 3 people. Even say, when you come in, if you want to talk about non-agenda items, name and topic. And then Claire can call them up. You know, we have so-and-so about this, you have 2 minutes. Limit it to 3.
I'd be willing to try something like that.
There are a lot of municipalities that require, if you want to speak, you need to sign in at the beginning and say,
And do that. The key is to have them sign in beforehand and, hold their comments to X number of minutes, whatever
Right.
it happens to be. Now, I wanna hear the people, I wanna hear their opinion,
Right.
but again, I try to give everybody the option to do that. I mean, prior to me being mayor, we didn't even have entertain comments at the council workshops, they just didn't talk, nobody talked.
So we're gonna try to start that in the March meeting? Try it, or no?
Well, I guess we could try it for a month or 2, and
Okay.
see how much I like it.
That'll be non-business.
otherwise he's taking his gavel and going home.
New business first, and then,
What is this now?
Non-agenda related business will be first. 2 minutes apiece, come up with how many we actually want to have the opportunity to talk. And then those who want to speak on the agenda from the meeting can do so after the meeting, at the end of the meeting.
2 minutes each.
2 minutes each. Right.
That's good.
And then Monday, we do our council member reports, and that's it.
Alright.
So, workshop is for public
It should,
comments.
if we don't do the council member reports on Wednesday, it'll save till Monday, it shouldn't take up any more time.
Right.
I think that's the best way
Let's
to
do
do it.
that, let's do that.
Great.
That'll be all right.
The other thing, Jay, do you have any good words on the financial disclosure packet that we got? I haven't looked at mine yet,
Nor do I.
so I
Okay.
was just wondering if there's anything in there.
Yeah, remember when I-
Don't just fill it out like you did last year, because the forms have all changed, and the order of them have all changed. Schedule A is going to be,
It's a scary name.
I know, it's like taxes and stuff. Okay, this is off the top of my head now. Schedule A is where you're going to put your employment. And they gave a definition of employment, it's volunteer, it's anything you receive compensation for, any type of in-kind service. So any employment you or your spouse.
Compensation for, is that the key?
Right.
Yes.
So you or your spouse, employment goes there.
If you're on
And-
volunteer board, you don't have to listen.
Not on Schedule A. On a different schedule, I don't remember the number now beyond A, if you're on a volunteer board in the city, then you're gonna list that, just like you always did. If you're in the homeowners association, that's nothing new. So most everybody's gonna have a Schedule A that you're gonna have to fill. Not everybody, but most everybody. Schedule B is real estate. Own or lease real estate. Most everybody's gonna have a Schedule B. And then if you don't have employment, so if you're, like me, okay, I don't have an employment, but I get money because I charge you and I have a business. If I don't fill it out on Schedule A, I forget what the number is, but if you get a business that you get money from, you'd fill that out. So, use me as the example. I'm gonna fill out the schedule, whatever it is. It says, yeah, I don't get money from an employer, but I have a business that I own that I get money from because of the employment I do. The rest of them are all pretty much straightforward as before. There is no more front sheet that has the check marks. Everybody seemed to get that one different than the one in the back. So that's moved to the rear of the form, and it's not for you.
And
all
it's
to
not
fill
for
out.
us.
It's not for you, it's
It's
what
for
the
the
Ethics Commission is
Ethics
gonna
Committee.
use that to go through and look at
Right.
everybody's form saying you had this, you had this, you had this, you had this. Everything else is still the same as it was. The list of the banks that we do business with, I forget what schedule that is, might be around F or G. Used to be on a separate form and confused everybody. It is now in the bulk of the form. So when you read the form, if you do business with these banks, then you need to fill out this form. So, and business by mean a mortgage or that type of one.
Checking account,
And that's
savings
another
account,
one.
anything
No,
like
just a
that.
No,
mortgage like
just
that.
a-
Like if you
Like you owe them money.
if you owe that bank money, then you have to do that. And I forget, it's BB&T, New Windsor, and Regions. or
SunTrust.
something like that.
SunTrust.
Yeah, whatever it is. So,
And you
um,
don't do credit cards.
you don't have to put residential or retail credit cards, any of that. So that's it. Those are the big changes to that. As you know, they're gonna want you to make a statement. This is a little beyond that question, but the statement at the beginning of the meeting, which I'm gonna get for you to read every meeting, it says, does anybody have any potential conflicts with any items on the agenda? It'll probably just say that. Nobody says anything, we move on, that makes them happy. And they're due when?
March
okay.
26th?
Yeah, the
I think
last,
it's like the last Friday of March or something like
I've done mine.
Yeah.
I think it's the 26th though.
You know what I found interesting, and I just can't remember, but I know at one point somewhere I've done this, is reporting stock and income from stock.
You don't have to report your income from stock.
Dividends, you don't have to report dividends?
I mean, if that's your only income,
Oh, no, I was just saying, I remember us reporting, who I had investments with and,
right,
Well, who you're invested in might.
that's still here. I'm seeing if I can pull the form up really quick of what it says.
because I remember it used to be, it was one of these things that, I had to go every year to figure out what it was. So I get a 1090, I get a, taxes, I have to pay taxes on that money.
I don't know if I have it quickly. Here we go.
Because I used to have to report the number of shares and who they were in the stock. in the
So
stock
A,
market.
I'll just go. A is employment or sources of income. So did you receive you or immediate family, any income or compensation of any kind, including in-kind goods or services from any entity? So if you have a job or your spouse has a job, it goes there.
How about retirement money?
You save income
No.
for a
So my income
portfolio,
is
you gotta put
this
that.
place.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That's it. So you would put, I mean, it's obvious, but if you'd be complete, you'd say you're a councilman there, your retirement, so it's your employment, okay?
Yeah.
That's what they wanna know. And you get the reason behind that. If you're employed by Food Lion,
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
people wanna know, you might have some conflict. So business ownership was broken into a separate form. Did you have a business which you wholly or partly own that had income or compensations of any kind? So that, think of somebody who says, well, I don't get paid because I'm not an employee, but my company is the employee.
Right.
And so that would be kind of like, if you own your own business, that's where you're putting yours on. I would imagine if you put it on the wrong form, it's not that big of a deal. C is the real estate interest, that's always been the same, it's just changed its number. D is interest in corporations, and that's the one you were talking about. It's underlined this time. Whether or not the entity did business with the city.
Oh, it's
So
just-
you put
okay.
down, if yes, and you can put efforts, what was the name of the entity that you did? Was it stock on a corporate trade on the stock exchange, yes or
Okay.
no? Was it held by you directly? And then at the end, what's your nature of your interest and what's your percentage ownership?
So
This
you-
was to get away from people having to put down, I own 50 shares of Verizon.
All right, yeah, all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants to do that, first of all, and second of all, it's not relevant. Now, if you
Yeah.
own 50,000 shares of Verizon, then you may have a percentage ownership, and you would know if you have a percentage ownership of Verizon because they're calling you all the time, okay? They know that. So the idea is that then you would put that down, but we're not interested in incidental types of things like that. E is interest in business entities doing business with the city. So we changed how it's titled, so everybody gets that. So if you own a piece of the trash company, you need to put that down there because we need to know when the trash bids come up, you're involved. F is officers and directorships and salaries with an entity that does business with the city. If you're on the board of directors of New Windsor State Bank, that goes on there. We need to know that. G, gifts, $20 or more. You put it down there. H is debts owed. So that's BB&T, New Windsor State Bank, Regions Bank, and SunTrust. If you all have a debt with one of those four entities, then you have to fill out this form. Even if you already filled it out under Schedule A because it's your mortgage, you fill it out here. F, family members employed by the city. So nobody here has that. I think we only have one situation, and that's that anyway.
Yeah.
And I don't think I don't know whether they fill these out or not, because they might not be that tier. J is the one that you talked about, Mayor, disclosures of offices, directorships, or fiduciary relationships of organizations located or related to the city. If you're on the Heritage Committee, you're on the Homeowners Association, you're Carroll Vista Board of Directors, you put that down there, Fire Department, not if you're a member, but if you're a leader from that. And K is if you feel like you need to confess something else, this is where you get absolution by putting it down. So the last page then is what looked like the second page before, which has the chart and use. It says right on the top for Ethics Commission use only. So what it's for is for them. To
So draw
review
pictures on
forms.
it.
That's right. This is where you can draw your nasty face to them and say that's it. So that's that.
Thank you.
All right.
FYI, Relay for Life is June 4.
June 4th.
First Saturday.
What time?
What time?
10 o'clock, right?
10 o'clock.
Does
Yeah,
that like-
10 o'clock.
Does that go all day?
No.
It takes you all day to
If
make
it
one
takes
lap.
you, if it takes you all day to do the course.
Oh, it's
it
only
doesn't-
everybody walks around one time? That's it?
No, no.
They'll leave the lights on for you.
They have a route
Oh, okay.
that goes pretty much through the community.
At 10 o'clock, there's a ceremony.
Right.
Okay? There's a survivor walk
Mm.
where they walk around, just around the front of the building and, that type of thing. And after the ceremony, you walk as long as you want along the route that's laid out for you.
Okay.
So by 12 o'clock,
You're done.
you can be gone if you want.
Send the search parties out.
So it's not like how many times you can go around?
No,
No, it's
not
up to
unless
you.
you just feel like you want to do that.
If you want to do
They-
10,
They give
15,
prizes
20.
for the one that does the most.
They used to, I don't know if they still do.
I don't know what they're doing this year.
But you can do as many as you want, none.
Think about medals?
No,
Then I'm really in.
none and none is good.
And I gotta check out how they get their t-shirts. How you get your, if I gotta sign you up to get the
If we don't get
t-shirt.
t-shirts, I don't know what we ought to.
You don't wanna do that. I'll take care of that. How we get our shirts.
I don't know if it's just signing up or if you had to contribute.
I always had to contribute, because I got a shirt and I didn't do it, and I got a shirt.
It was
Okay,
minimal.
so you gotta
Because I
contribute.
paid and.
There was
I got a
something,
shirt.
yeah, I forgot.
I gotta find that out.
Yeah.
Okay. But June 4, put it on
All
your
right,
calendar,
what else?
10 a.m.
But it's nice, you get kids from Key show up, kids from Silver Oak, football players in their jerseys, and you get a whole bunch of different types. Big, young kids, old kids, families.
I'm in the old kids category.
Yeah. And people have a good time, walking, talking, and,
What else, folks? Who else wants to discuss something? Well, by golly,
Well, you close this
Okay.
and
maybe we could close that.
I'm gonna go to
This
the
segment, and begin our new segment,
executive.
which will call for a motion to go into closed session.
I have wanted to mention this. If we're to discuss a new position to be hired, why would we go into closed session?
Personnel.
But
Personnel issues.
issues, I mean, if we're gonna add employees to the city government, I don't think we ought to close the session to discuss the need for that.
I don't think it's necessarily that, I think there's more to it than
there's
that.
more to it than just hiring a person,
I think it's gonna be about performance and
right,
existing
Well, current
situations.
employees.
which is
so,
people.
There you go.
It's
So
why-
moved.
It's why we need a new one.
Is
Okay.
there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Do you want me to close the door?
All in favor,
Yes,
say aye.
yes, please, thank you.
I don't have a vote here on that. I don't think we
All right.
ought to close new
Okay.
positions for new positions.
All right,
You're in charge.